Hello guys, and thanks for all turning up for Andy's stream today. I've got some items to fix today, preferably one of them. First things first, I've upgraded my camera and I've upgraded, got myself a capture card, which when you're streaming you always end up doing, which is quite some nice ones. So if I flip that round, it'll be easier because the camera's upside down, it don't auto rotate. So I managed to get a nice live cam 4K, reasonably priced. It's about I think it's just under £80 from Argos. Not too bad, does the job at the minute. So yeah, and also I managed to get myself an Elgato capture card Nero. So so it's just got basic ports at the back. I've got that set up, which I've got probably, let me just unplug that and then I can show you. So basically, sorry, because the light is up there, so, and then the port, you've got a light at the front and you've got all your ports at the back. So you've got, you know, your two HDMIs and your micro at that front. So I thought, oh, that's handy. So I thought these are sort of things that, you know, when you're doing streaming you're probably going to need at some point. So let's just get round to it. So hopefully, the camera I was using before to do me streaming was this little thing. It's called the Git. It's believe it or not, it is called the Git. Yeah, it's called the Git, and you know, it's like a little GoPro sort of thing. I think it streams in 720. Not the greatest. So it's a bit of an upgrade from that point. So I thought, yeah, I ain't gonna grumble. I thought, you know, putting a nice 4K one on there, you're never gonna get it as if you've got like you know, a digital DSLR camera, because that just runs into, you're looking at a minimum of £1,000 and go all the way up to a couple of thousands, which is ridiculous. And that's why if you're going to end up being, you know, professionally, you know, you're doing it long term. But I think for moderate streamers this is perfect. I thought it's a good starting point. So yeah, so what I'm going to do, first thing, because I managed to get a camera stand for my new phone, I wanted to upgrade these. The trouble with these type of this is a Galaxy Fold 7. It's literally the brand new type. And the trouble is, these fold up phones are fine, but I have an issue of putting it in a holder and then just thinking, oh great, I can't, and then it can't hold because of this, and then it all flops about, and it's not really, you know, it's alright when I'm out and about, but when I'm doing me streaming. So I thought, right, managed to pick this one up from the shop. So I think this was about £15, this plastic one. Oh man, he done me a good deal and he let me have it for £10 on that one. So I thought, oh right. So first things first, first thing I want to do is just quickly change this over. And getting these out without breaking these phones are absolutely really tricky. And you struggle getting these out because when they're in, they lock in bad. So hopefully, let's take the glasses off. I can see a little bit better. No, these are not the easiest things to sort of like, you know, once they're in, they stay in. So what I need to do is just, God Jesus, they really have. That's in to stay. It feels like it's been. And it feels like Andy's put a load of glue in here and he's glued it. And trust me, he's not. It literally is that. It's that bad. I think, you know, you can't get these bloody things out. There you go. Oh. Well, that was clever. It literally broke the protective glass thing going over, because these are an absolute nightmare. Now I've got fragments of glass everywhere. That goes to show this is the Ball Shark casing. I think these were retailing about 35 quid. They are out of this world how tough they are. They are really, really tough. But getting to them cases, getting in and out, I think once they're in, they don't want to come out at all at the end of the day. Lucky enough, it's got a glass screen protector. So I think what I need to do first is put the back on, and then I can put the front like that, and then that makes that a lot easier. There you go. So that's better. Hey, I thought it must be a tough plastic. Actually, that's actually not bad at all. So that's actually gone on there quite well. So which, you know, I'm quite pleased on that front. I mean, these are great when they're sort of like you want to go out somewhere, because if you dropped, but putting it actually in the phone holders, that's not ideal. It's just not. So the first thing I wanted to do is actually put it into one of these type of cases, and it's now all done. But you know, I think overall quality, I would say, yeah, it's okay. It's an okay-ish sort of like plastic case, but that's the trouble with these fold phones. They're not the I think it's the way they manufacture them. There's always going to be a trade-off somewhere. Anyway, the main thing is it's done. I can now. That was bloody fun getting that out, I'll tell you. Right, so let me now put all this away, and we're going to move on to the main thing, which what it is intended to do today. Let's put that over there for a minute and stand my phone up. I bought one of these little aluminium phone stands, and they are great because that's the reasons why I bought it. It was to literally put it on there so I could stand my phone up, and it couldn't stand up on that case. So I thought, oh, that's actually quite handy on that front. But yeah, put that there. Let's put my glasses back on so I can see what I mean. And what I really wanted to do is say, oh, sounds good. Right, yeah, let me just have a quick. Worms is eating a pot noodle. Nice one, Worms. What pot noodle are you having? I hope it's, you know, my favourite is chicken and mushroom. I love chicken and mushroom. I'm not keen on the curry. The Bombay Bad Boy, yes, it's not nice. So I didn't rate that. I'm not into spicy foods. And they do a kebab king pot noodle, and my God, the smell put me off for life. I wouldn't even feed it to my dog, and that's how bad it is. At the end of it, look, actually, where did I put this camera? Right in front of the cam on that. Let me just take that away. That's better, so we can see. But yeah, pot noodles. What pot noodle am I mean in the US? There's so many flavours of pot noodle. You've got beef and tomato, but I do like the chicken. Was it the chicken and mushroom? And that's actually quite nice. I like that one. It's always been my favourite. But what we've got to do today, I've got a couple of these. I've done a mod. They come in. Someone threw these out, and they dumped them. These are the 1990s of the. At the end, in the mid 80s, there was a lot of hip hop, and rave started coming into the mid 90s. So the boom boxes in the mid 80s was a big hit because everyone, I remembered at school that they used to bring their boom box in, and I loved the actual boom box, the idea. So the ones that they sort of brought in was very similar to this, where the old shop, and someone threw these out. I've got two of them. I've actually got another one, but they've let me put the other one on top of there and I can show you. So they are actually a little bit of a different model. So these were back in the days where they used to do the breakdancing, and it used to make me laugh because they used to get a bit of cardboard, doing the old spinning on the back, and yeah, that used to make. I didn't do it. I'm not really one for dancing, but I used to just laugh. I just thought it was a craze in the 80s. It really was, but playing all of the old Beatmasters stuff was fantastic, and I think I got more into the music than more into the breakdancing sort of scene. But yeah, these old things you just don't get to see no more, and I just can't believe someone probably had these in his shed, threw them out, thought we don't want them at the end of the day. We used to use one of those back in the boombox days, blaring out. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is what really brought me back. I've got a lot of 80s stuff, and I'm glad that I kept most of all my 1980s stuff. Some of it's early 90s, but it was just touching the era at the end. I mean, hip hop really was, I would say, around about 86. It started off about 86, 87. It started to hit off quite bad. And I mean, this is when they started bringing all of the retro stuff out with all the computers. But I love this type of equipment. You just don't get to see this stuff anymore. This stuff is just non-existent. And they fetch really, really good money. But these were thrown out probably for a reason why they threw them out. The other one I had to do some work, but it has got some problems, but I did manage to get it going. This one is completely dead, but I think I know the issue, and these do suffer the same fate like all of these radios. And the reasons why I say that, because on the actual side there, I don't know, I'm gonna see if I can zoom this out so you can see these guys a little bit better at the end of the day. So let me, this port here, where I can point it, this one here, this has, you can alter the value. You can run it on a battery or 240 volts, right? So the way it works is that you take the back off, so you basically take all this off, and there's a switch inside for that port, basically, so you can switch it between I think it's 110 and 240. But the trouble is, because there's 3 pins behind it, and when I take this back off, I'll show you exactly what I mean. You have to select it in the right one. But the downside to that is, if you select the 110 and then plug 240 in, the first thing that's going to go through is the transformer. And the biggest things with these in the 1980s is just that 9 out of 10, that switch that is a little plastic lug to stop you from switching it over. You have to take it out and swap it over. Well, they go brittle over time. And looking at the age of this, I mean, this being very late 80s, very early 90s, if that switch breaks, that means now you can have it in 110, and if you plug 240 straight into that 110, you blow that transformer, and you cannot get these transformers for this. They're just non-existent. You know, 9 out of 10, you either find these working or not working, but you can't get parts for them. So really, like everything else, so I'm going to take a stab in the dark without me even know, because I've not even touched this yet, because I've been doing other projects, but this one, I'm going to say it suffered the same fate as the other one, and it's got a blown transformer. If it's got a blown transformer, it's game over. But you can bypass the transformer and run it on a battery system. It's not recommended, but it's the only way to revive it and run it on a one of those. Let me show you. It's easier to show you. Onto one of these, which is 12 volt, because the batteries that this takes, it takes these C-class. Are these C-class or D-class? Let me have a look. These are D-class batteries. So it takes 8 of these. And I remembered back in the 80s, we went through batteries like the rates and knots when they had a pocket full of batteries. And the weight of these literally weighed it down like 10 pence pieces. I mean, when you was going to the arcade putting them in. So yeah, I used to laugh, because all I see was a bag and it was full up with batteries. And I went, bloody hell, that thing must have had batteries like with anything. So yeah, batteries like this was really the thing at the end of the day. But if I am right and that transformer is blown, it's not the end of the world. I can take the transformer out and do some bypassing. So what we need to do is do a slight mod like I did with the other one. And this is exactly what I've done to this, because this one had the exact same fate as the other one. It literally, but I didn't record it because I didn't get into streaming, which this time I'm going to get it onto streaming so I can show you the process, what I need at the end of the day. This is a slightly, I don't know, one of these, what model is that? Because this one is the 4646, and this one is the 4343. So this one's been done. This one's now all been modded and it's all up. It's all up and running. But it suffered the same fate. So what I've done, and I'll show you what I've done. I've done exactly what I said. I basically blanked off, took the transformer, and made a little tiny hole on the top there, and now I'll run it on a transformer system, which is 12 volts, which is exactly 12 volts, 1 amp, which you don't need to go anymore because you'll start taking components out at the end of the day. So I basically, that's probably the route I'm going to go down. I'm going to do it exactly the same on the other radio at the end of the day. But I will prove to you and I'll show you, this is now, wasn't working, and it is now all working lovely at the end of the day. So I can't, you're not going to be able to plug it in there because there's no other way of reviving these things. There's just not at the end of the day. So, and we've got, I can't have this on for too long, but it's now, as you can see, it's working fine. You've got a battery indicator light on this one as well, so because this has been a slightly later model. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn that off because I don't want to get copyrighted. I've had enough of copywriting with YouTube lately. It's done my head in. I found some royalty-free music to actually put on for my live stream, for my intro, for my Mortal Kombat scene at the end of the day. And it literally did say royalty-free. So that means you're fine. Yeah, as long as you don't sort of redistribute it and it not claiming it's yours. That's the idea of royalty-free. The AI algorithm is now so bad on YouTube, it now literally flags up anything to do with music, regardless it's royalty or not. If you try to play anything within less than 24 hours, you will get literally saying, sorry, it's copyrighted, you cannot post. If we catch you again, you're going to get demonetized, and then you could lead to a ban on your account. So I'm really, so even royalty-free music, I can't play anything, which is so frustrating. So, you know, I think this is the only thing that lets it down with these devices. So, I mean, you're trying to do everything in the right order, but now you can't. But yeah, this one again, let me plug it in and I'll show you. This one literally has got no power, which is such a shame because that was the first thing I thought, when I see someone throw these out, I thought, they must be bloody mad. I mean, I wouldn't have thrown these out. I mean, I've managed to revive that one, and that's working beautiful. So I'll probably end up selling one and keeping one at the end of the day, because you don't get to see these lovely old radios, and they are such, this goes right in with all my retro, and I've got a lot of retro stuff there, hell of a lot. I've literally got 2 cupboards full, and I can't even put it all out. That's how much I've got. I mean, I can't even put out my beloved BBC. I just ain't got no room for it at the end of it. I mean, it's just stuck in there, chilling out, literally. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to have a quick see if we got voltage AC. So I just want to make sure that this is working. So let me just move that over a bit so you guys can see that we can get on that front. No, need to come forward. It's such a delay. It's about a 2-second delay with on these fronts. So right. So basically one prod in, one prod there, and we got 244 volts running through. So I'm not going to put my fingers in it or lick it. What? Too handy. But no, yeah, I'm not going to do anything like that. I think I had a couple of strikes on my account, probably Dire Straits, lol. Yeah, I know, it's ridiculous. I mean, I even see when I do any of my streaming, I try to do and follow the guidelines, because that's the last thing I mean, it's the idea. I'm only doing it for fun and entertainment purposes. I'm not there to show people what to do or how to do it. It is purely just entertainment. So, you know, you are trying to follow the rules that they set into place at the end of the day. So this is what annoys me. You know, you try and put you follow their guidelines, and their guidelines even say, no, sorry, you can't have that, at the end of the day. I mean, royalty free means you shouldn't be getting no copyright from any royalty free music, because that's one thing that they said, is that you have to pay the artist and you have to get a license to actually get permission, and then they take the royalty out of it. But the royalty free means that's exactly what it says. It's royalty free. You don't pay because they're giving it away for free. So it's up to you. But as long as you don't sell it, that's fine. At the end of the day, that's their guidelines, that's their policy. But no, they wouldn't have it. I put music on. That is why I don't know if it was one of you jumped on my stream and I was having issues with setting up OBS. And I sounded like Mickey Mouse when I was coming out, and it was really funny. But I tried some royalty-free music, and twice it got flagged. It literally just got flagged. So I thought, no, I'm not doing it now. So I thought, otherwise, I know what'll happen. They'll ban my account, and then I won't be able to, have any issues. So what I'm going to do, this is turned off at the moment. So I'm going to literally plug this in, right, at the end of the day. So, because it don't tell you 240 volts in there, I'll switch this on, which that is now on, and the switch at the top, because the switch is all broken on these at the end of the day, so that's off. This one here should be your radio channel selector, which that's shared off, but this one is your on and off, and I have literally got nothing. So clearly it is not the lead. I'm going to put it down to a blown transformer. So let's literally unplug that. I'm going to do away with that. So let's get started and start taking her apart. Which bloody batteries. How many did it take? Hold up. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of them D classes. Jesus, I mean, that thing must have bloody weighed something, I mean, they've done boombox, because there was another name for these in the 1980s, but I'm not allowed to say the word. It starts with W, ends in G. But the trouble is with these they used to be massive, because that's what the boomboxes used to were back in the days. And people used to say, bloody hell, that's a nice radio. At the end of the day, my friend, before he passed away, he had some really lovely radios. But yeah, actually, so when I see these actually get dumped, I went, bloody hell, I've got to have these. Otherwise, they're going to end up in the landfill. I can't have that at the end of the day. So I'm grateful that I managed to take these and hopefully breathe a little bit more life left in them. I mean, it's not much life. I mean, this is so discoloured. This colour shouldn't be like that. I don't think they should, unless they sort of like gone brown over time. But it's not a problem. I could retro brighten it, but I like the two-tone sort of look anyway. It gives it more retro of a look at the end of it. And this is what I love. I love all this retro repairing stuff. Now my dog started to pester me now, because he knows he can smell my sandwiches sitting down there. And that big goofer behind, he's yes, definitely he keeps looking up. He's thinking, yeah, well, where's mine? But you know what, that's the trouble. These screwdrivers, this screwdriver just about fitted in the depth of these radios, and then this is what makes me laugh at these boom boxes, because you need a really deep screwdriver to get in there to undo them. Do you know what I also like about these, which I used to use in the 1980s when I had my Commodore 64, and I don't know what happened to it. I think when you were a kid, most of all your toys and all your retro stuff you just treated it like an everyday item. I'm pretty gutted now, because like I said, I've lost a lot of my stuff. I'm lucky that I'm in a position now that I've got most of it back, and I'm lucky to get it back. But on the back of here, this is like a like the barrel connectors that they used to use, and I used to use this, my radio, because I had one very similar to this back in the 1980s, and I used to plug my Commodore 64 straight into it at the end of the day, and the Spectrum, because you can use the Spectrum because you can get the connectors, and it was all the leads at the time, and these were perfect. This the reasons why these were quite popular back in the days. So yeah, I think that that this is another reasons why I wanted to save these type of radios, because again, playing it all from this, it really brings back the memories, and when you're thinking, Jesus, I love it, you know. So but it looks like it needs a new aerial. That aerial was completely shot. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get the aerial for it, to be honest, because the chances are I'm going to say no, you're not going to get parts for these boom boxes. You're just not, you know. And it is a shame, because a lot of this stuff now is a dying breed. Once it dies out, it dies its death and it don't come back, which is a complete and utter shame, because like you said, you don't expect it, and you're thinking, yeah, I'm sure someone's got some parts. Yeah, good luck trying to find it, because you're just not going to get it. So let me take these off, because this is, for some reason, I don't want the plastics in here go brittle so much. The last thing you don't want to do is break these plastics, because they will snap. I mean, looking at the age, yeah, that's it, got it. That's it. That's why I don't want to use an electronic screwdriver, because on that front, because I know what's going to happen. They're just going to say, "Oh, sorry, you know, bump, it's broke," and you're now not going to get it. So they are quite very long screws on this front. So, and looking at that is been eaten into the plastic. So these probably are, you know, this is the reasons why it's probably best to make sure that you do it by hand and not by an electronic screwdriver. I don't feel like I've loosened it, but the screws get stuck in the port. You've got to be so careful. Lucky enough, I've got the switch. I've got the round switches like the other one at the end of the day. But yeah, I do want to really get these. You know, I do really want to revive this one. This one at the 2, this seems much better. One in battery. Oh, there might be. Good idea. I'll have a quick look at that. Thanks, Rich. No, there's none in the battery side, but literally I can't see any along here. That's what I thought there might have been. But I'm thinking that looking at that plastic, you can actually see that you know, that is definitely being sort of, looking at the colour, there's 2 different colours along here, and I'm definitely going to say that wasn't the original colour. I would say that lighter grey was, but I'm going to leave it because I like the 2-tone look anyway. I think it gives it more character at the end of it. Right, that's out. That's out. Let's have a look. No, this one wasn't out. See? That one. Is that one? That one's loose. That's loose. That's out. So there you go, she's out. Now we've got all of them now, so that should be 6 in total. So we've got 3, 6. We have got 6. So let me put them over there, and now we can take this off. That's why I always give it the little shake test, so it just loosens and it doesn't break anything. So because I know what happens, these you have to tilt them at an angle to get these off, and where people just force them, this is why you break them, you know, at the end of the day. So there you go, she's out. So let me put that over there for a minute. It's sitting on the light, which we don't want, and I don't want it knocking onto the thing on that front. So yes, I think that's going to be the interesting fault. So as I thought, my theories were right in what I said at the end of the day. Looking at this, I'm going to say this transformer, because the power is right next to the transformer. There is a fuse, and I can see a fuse at the end of the day. And I bet that fuse ain't even blown, because I know what happens. 240 was supposed to have gone in. It goes to the fuse first and to the transformer. It's the way most of the in-circuit works. But that's the first thing, would be port of call. But the way they've done it the opposite way. Because when I trace the things, it goes to the transformer first. Because if you think about it, it don't go directly to the fuse. It has to go directly to the transformer before it gets to the fuse. And the reasons why I say that is because this has a polarity issue. So you can have 110 or 240. Well, if you put it to the fuse first, then straight, I mean, in theory, it was supposed to have gone to the fuse, because if it was in circuit, it'd go fuse, transformer, then your components, like most things. But with here, these, remember, the mid-80s to the early 90s, engineering in them days, they wasn't bothered. They just put a fuse on the board, it'd be fine at the end of the day. But what they didn't realise is, if you put a 110 in a 240, first thing you're going to do, you're going to blow something. And it was supposed to blow the fuse. So in circuit, the fuse looks fine. And I'm going to have a look at the fuse, and the fuse is exactly fine. And I've got a fuse tester, and I'm going to show you there's nothing wrong with that fuse. So this is how I know they put the transformer before anything else, which is absolutely ridiculous, because, you know, they've gone backwards when they've done this, and it's not the greatest way of putting stuff in circuit. So they've done transformer then fuse. It should have been fuse then transformer. So it's the way it's the way they've worked it out. I don't get it. I just don't seem to get it at all. But I can't find my fuse tester. I don't know where it is. It's buried up there with all that muck up there. I've got loads of stuff. Fucking is Atari 2600 cartridges up there. I've got to have a look at some point. Some of them's got some issues. Probably bad trace at the end of it, but let's put it in continuity. Let's put it in continuity anyway, and then these guys can see. Select. That's it. We got continuity there. So let me put the fuse in, and let's see if the fuse is okay. And how did I know that fuse was going to be fine? So it's not the fuse issue. So my theory was right. In the way they've manufactured this, they've put it straight in the line of the transformer. So they've put from the power, transformer, fuse. The fuse then protects the board. But if that's blown, it will take the transformer out, and then the power won't get to that fuse. So, which I'm going to take it out, and I'm going to run some tests on the board at the end of the day. But it's bloody annoying that they've done it this way. So the fuse on it is a secondary side. Yes, it was. Yeah. So the fuses are the secondary. So the way they've done it is that it looks like they've took it this way directly. Because looking at this, you can see, you can't see on there, and I'm going to take it out and I'll show you. But it looks like where they've put the power supply, it's in parallel with the actual transformer. And you can't buy these transformers, and you can't put any transformer in because of the voltage output. And again, all the connections will be different. So getting one of these on eBay, I had a look. No, they don't exist. As I thought they probably wouldn't exist at the end of the day, which is frustrating. But, you know, I wish they wouldn't have done it, that side, because what they should have just done first was, let's put it through the fuse, and then we can take it then to the transformer. It wouldn't be so bad. But I know why they've done it is because of the switching system on the power supply. When these were manufactured, I suppose, and they didn't think of that at the time. Let me have a quick look, see if these are all marked up. So we've got, because I've got to make sure we've got wires here. So we've got, looking at this, so we've got a black and a red, which is your speaker, and a white and what's the same one. So the red battery goes to battery, so I know where that goes. So red is battery, so we know where that is. And we've got, now this model is slightly different, because looking at that, so we've got a yellow, so we've got that one there is BK, so that is black. So back is, that looks like that's an earth, so we can take that out. And the white, I mean, oh, it is colour coded, so it's absolutely fine, so we can take that out. So yeah, we shouldn't be having an issue But yeah, unbelievable. The way they've done this is really, it's heartbreaking really, because now I can't literally get the parts for this, and you know, it's now bricked. That's probably why they threw these systems out. Lucky enough, if you're just a little bit of ingenuity and be very careful. It's not ideal doing what I'm doing, because what you're doing now, you're bypassing directly. You're doing it through the battery system. But at least if it blows something on the board, you can trace it and find back to what it's blown at. But it's not ideal, because all you're doing, you're trying to run things as if it was running on batteries at the end of the day. So I'm going to do it the other way. So I'm going to create what I did with the other one, the power supply, so it looks like it runs directly from a power supply and not from battery, because I know the batteries work all right on that front. Yeah, and I've just fed in. This is manufacturers as well. So straight away they've put some little tiny blobs of, they've melted the plastic here to keep this big spring in at the end of the day. And this is going to be fun, because now I've got to cut that back to get the spring out, to get this out, because they've put a ribbon cable. Now the other one had a plug which I unplugged. This is soldered directly to the board, which is not ideal, but it don't matter anyway, because really if you think about it, all of this now is redundant. You can't use any of this anyway, because most of it on the board is dead from this, because this is from your power supply. I know you've got your big jack plug out there, but also, like I said earlier on, you've got an output. So this is for your amp. So this will be an output. So you'll have your all your voltages and also your audio out through here. So it's not the end of the world. It's a small bypass that you'll have to do, because without this wouldn't power that anyway, because clearly there's no power getting in. So if I tried to, even if I took that out, that would still be dead. It's because this transformer needs to feed, and that's why it goes up to the ribbon cable to get into the secondary board. So whatever's going to go through here, there's not going to be no voltage. So all of that is redundant. It's totally don't mean nothing now, because there's no power, because of this is dead. And I know it's dead. It's because looking at that, I was saying that's the same fate as the other one had at the end of the day, and it had the exact same problem. So, which is a bit of a shame, because, you know, it's like you said. But we'll get there, and hopefully we can sort something out. So, hopefully we can bring that out. Lovely jubbly. And we are now out. And looking at that. Oh, God, look at the state of it. I mean, this is definitely 100%. So what we've got, I was just going to have a look at that actually. Let me bring the camera down. I might be able to show you guys what I'm up to at the end of it, because this new 4K camera is so much clearer at the end of the day. So what I'm going to say is, looking at here on this board, let's go back up here for a minute and then I can show you. Hold up, let's move it up because there's a 2-second delay. There you go, so you can see a little bit more clearer. So on this little circuit bit here, basically, where this ribbon cable comes in, so all your inputs coming in from your transformer, so your power supply's going in. This is now going to be your output. So you'll have, this will take 240 and govern it down to 12 volts. Because that's all it'll do. It'll just govern it down to 12 volts. These are probably going to be like a 1K resistor. They are a 1K resistor. These are ceramic capacitors, and they look like just over a 1K. Just over a 1K, sort of ceramic capacitor. So basically, looking at that, the power is going to be filtered, which will then feed, like, looking at that, we've got some, little diodes in there, and you've got some other, you have got some diodes. We've got a couple of diodes in there, and a few capacitors and some resistors. 2 resistors by the looks of it. So yeah, on this ribbon, so all that gets filtered, because this is now your output for your speaker and your battery. So when the power, it will give it a complete loop, so it'll come out, go through the circuit and come back in. and that's what this is going to be. So looking at that, it doesn't matter, because there's one isolation there, and that's going to probably be the 12 volts coming in. So it's going to be disconnected, because this is dead. And I know that, because as soon as I unsolder this, I'm going to put some power through and see if we can get anything coming out. And if we can't get anything coming out from any of these pins, I know 100% this is dead, because it was the same fate as the other one at the end of the day. So, yeah, let's get rid of that anyway. Let's take this out so we don't need it. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. So, first things first, I don't know to use my solder sucker. Let's give it a boot. It should be alright. I mean, it's got to come off anyway, because I can't use it. So, while that's booting up, let's read some of your comments while it's on there. You should try adding daddy sauce. Nice one, Worms. Yeah, daddy sauce. You can measure the primary side of the transformer and see if it's open. That's a good point. Yeah, I probably will end up doing that, but I can test it out of circuit anyway. So I just want to see if there's any voltage on the out, and see if I can get any 12 volt coming out, because that's all it's going to be. It's going to be 12 volts coming out of this at the end of the day, which is a bit frustrating, because like you said, you cannot get these for love or money. So, you know, and it's such a shame, because I would have liked to kept this all 100% legit, but it's a small price. I mean these are going to end up being on the landfill site anyway. So everything else, it works on batteries, works lovely, because I went out and bought some batteries for it. It's just nothing from this on that front. So yeah, have a quick look. Yeah, Worms come on earlier. He asked if everyone was, and I went, yeah, it's literally. I'm glad he's back on. Everyone loves Worms. I like the fume extractor. Laugh at that. Oh, the fume extractor. That's sitting in front. I ain't got a fancy one like Andy's. I don't suck bags up. That was actually quite funny. I never laughed so much in my life. I was trying to get everything ready, and the next minute you went, "Oh no!" that was comical, really funny. Nothing sucks like a silver line. Let me have it's while it's still, that takes, it's up to 170 degrees. He fixed an Hoover. yeah, he probably did. Yeah, that was hilarious. Do you know what? It was absolutely. It just tickled me when I heard it. All I heard was, "Oh no!" He went, "Will that be all right?" He said, "He's just sucked a bag up." I mean, the other day he sucked something up through that. No, it was like an Hoover, which was quite funny. Oh, we're coming up to there. It's up to 300 Celsius. It's got to go to 350. I don't want to go too mad on these old boards, because, you know, you're going to delaminate them, you know, and that's the last thing you want to do, is take the heat out of these and do. It doesn't matter. I mean, the chances are it's going to be dead, and I'm not going to be able to resolve that once these go. It's game over at the end of the day. Right. Well, they are tiny. I can feel the heat off that gun. It's bloody annoying. It is really hot. I'd like to save this one. I can't see why not. I mean, doing what I'm doing now, I mean, at the end of it, it's going to work regardless. It's just a shame that I didn't really want to go down this route by taking out the you know, taking out all of this and then sort of like bit by bit. I mean, you know, and then you thought, oh, that's a shame, because now obviously you know, you're going to start you have to start going around this route, you know, and it's you shouldn't have to. But you know, if this actually, you know, saves its life, then I'd say, yeah, then it's a small price to pay at the end of the day. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep my hands away. Yeah, this is what I was saying about earlier on. I was right. You had this was. Let me have a quick look. I can't see that because of my bloody eyesight's terrible. So we've got 250 in at 1 amp, right? So it's it's a 1 amp fuse in that. And yes, I was right. This is a. It doesn't state, but it's not the power supply it's meant. So, which is a bit frustrating because it was supposed to be on this side at the end of the day. So let me quickly go over and then I can move it over to you guys and then you can see. So if I can actually show you. And so we can go in and then I can show you on that front. So yeah, it is literally, that's how it looks from the power supply. So it is looking at that. It's quite easy to put the wrong power supply in of this selector. And looking at this, there's a plastic lug there, and I was right in what I said earlier on. There was a plastic lug probably sitting just above here that was a selector, and basically that looks like it's sheared off. The camera can't pick that up, but I can see just faintly that's sheared. So there was supposed to be, half of that was supposed to be capped off. So then it just ended up, so you put in the right type of power, so you put your figure 8 plug straight in, and it's on the right, it's on the left hand side on that, because that's your 250 watts. So putting it down on the other side would have given it its wrong. It would have put that was obviously a lower setting, and putting 250 straight in a lower setting, it's going to cook this at the end of the day. So it's So first things first. I mean, this still has to go. I mean, I still have to desolder this anyway because we need an earth to put this in. So this is another mod that I'll have to do at the end of the day because again, it's all in circuit. This is one part of the circuit that's going in, but the fuse is fine. But if we follow to what I just said, I was right in what I said, right? You know when I said to you earlier on, and I basically said about the way they've done this is wrong. It's a really wrong way of doing. The way they've put this into the manufacturer, and it was. Let's bring this over here because the camera's got a 2-second delay. No, bring that over there. So the power goes in, right? So we've got the power supply. Hold up, let's go in because that's basically. I can't seem to get that. What? 250. Yeah, it's got 250 on it, but that's the maximum. That's the idea. That's what a transformer can take. You can take up. A transformer can take any voltage, even if it's 2 or 3 phase at the end of the day, which runs into thousands of volts at the end of the day. You know, it's a bit like anything. But the way it's sort of the way this is done it, and you can clearly see what I said. So we've got, this is going to be your main power supply input, right? And looking at this, right, the fuse is up here, right, where these 2 dots are, right? But if you look the way that's in circuit, which if I tilt that, and you can actually see, and I'm not making it up, you can actually see, it's not in parallel with the power supply. It's the transformer is in direct with the power selector. So this is the way they've done it, which is a really, really bad idea because of, like I said earlier on, what they should have done was put one end that goes into the fuse, then come out and then go into the transformer. But what they've done, they've gone into the transformer, then that connects to go up and round, then back into the fuse to fuse all the other stuff. So, which is a stupid, what a dumb idea to actually do it this way. It really doesn't make any sense. So any problems, because without the power going in, the power's then got to feed. So this right here is going to be your output from the transformer, because now it reads in circuit. So if you follow where this goes, power in, transformer, output, which you've got your negative, and this will be a negative, following it round. So this is start giving all your negative feeds, but you'll have a positive feed that starts coming in. Then it goes in to the fuse. Which, what the most dumbest idea, I think you were right. Yeah, it was 110. You're right, it was 110. That's why it's not showing up on there. It's 110 240. But that's mad. Why would they do that in a circuit from the late 80s, early 90s? Because I think they rectified this after in some later boom boxes. They realised people will plug that into the wrong port, were blowing transformers. And it wasn't their fault, it's the way this got manufactured. It was just very unfortunate. Sharp at the time thought that was a great idea. I don't think it was. It wasn't wise because these were sold worldwide. So I'm thinking that the way they've done this is what they should have done first was let's put it through a fuse, then run it through a transformer. If it goes wrong, at least it doesn't take the transformer, it will just take the fuse. It makes sense just to replace a 1 amp fuse, a glass fuse, would have been no issues at all. At least that way it stops cooking the actual transformer. But I know that for a fact that it's a shame because I'm not going to be able to get nothing out of this transformer. I've got a really bad feeling. So the first thing I'm going to do is grab the multimeter. But it's bad how they've set the system up at the end of the day. And this is why people probably thought, let's take it out, let's throw it away. It's dead, it's buggered. It's not working no more at the end of the day. But what a lot of them started to do was what I was doing, taking it from the battery. It's not ideal, but if you keep the amps low, you're fine because this only uses a 1 amp system anyway. I mean, if you look at the average D-class batteries, what are these running at? The D-classes. These are running at 1.5. These cadmium mercury super alkaline batteries. So 6 of these would give you roughly, give or take, about 9-10 volts. So a 12 volt system with a 1 amp rating, you're absolutely fine. As long as you don't get one of them universal ones and you put it back to front, because you'll be in the same boat as this, and then you'll take something else out on the board at the end of the day. And what I've done with that, I actually put 12 volts 1 amp. So it was intentionally exactly the same as what the fuse was giving, because it was giving that originally from the transformer. So you're not going above its specific needs. It's just that you are doing it safely. You don't want to start cranking up the amps. It's not the voltage that kills it, it's the amps that kills it. So it makes sense. So I probably would have just turned around and stuck to that to start with anyway. So what we're going to do, we're going to just put it on voltage. I need to put it on millivolts so we can see if we got anything. And there, where is that power supply? So let's take this one out. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to then plug this in. I'm pretty sure that this is cooked. And let me put it into the 240, which is this side, which would have been on that side. So looking at this would have been the right side anyway. So that side there would have been your 240 side. So the other side would have been the 110. And it's actually labelled, so you can't go wrong in that anyway. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep my fingers away, because this will light me up like a Christmas tree, which I don't want to end up touching. She is now live. Alright, so I'm going to bring this in at the end of it. Let me have a look. And if I turn it that way, you guys can then see, because this camera is just completely upside down. So now you can see, right, I'm just zeroing it, right, 0, we are 0. She is live, so I am going to take an earth, which is that one, and I'm going to take one of these, and it's, let me just have a quick look. So we got 250, we should have, no, that's minus, there you go. So basically, one of these is going to be 250 volts, see, 250. 252, 251, so it's your 240 volts going in, right? So we've now got that. So what we're going to do next is, let's see if we've got voltage going in to the transformer. So, which you probably will, it'll be the output that you won't have, which are going to be at the top, which will be your 12 volts at the end of the day. So I'm going to probe one and see what we get. So we should have roughly, yeah, roughly around about right, because one's going to be trying to read in circuit. 240, no, that reads roughly around about 200, and that, what's that reading in millivolts? So this transformer is actually dead. It's reading in millivolts. It shouldn't be reading in millivolts. So we've not even, it's not even reading in voltages. So the actual, it's, yeah, I can actually see it's reading in a millivolt, which it shouldn't be reading in millivolts. Just check. And now let's try the output to see if we got output from this. So let me probe this end to see if we got anything coming out. Millivolts. We've got no 12 volts coming into this. This transformer is absolutely dead at the end of the day. It's just completely dead. And it's a shame because, you know, dead fuse. Now, I already checked that, Worms. First thing I checked, bud. Fuse is absolutely fine. So what we have got, as I expected, we have got a dead transformer. And power cannot go any further because of the way they've done this in circuit. So, which is a dead shame. So, as I thought, that all of that board now is redundant. That means anything on that board cannot get past this dead transformer because it now can't feed. It can't feed the capacitors. It can't feed the diodes, which can't feed the audio jack. So, you know, because everything has to be filtered, that takes your 250, takes it all the way down to 12 volts. And then the resistance takes it down even further. The time it gets down to there is probably about 9 volts. The time it all goes through the resistors, diodes, and, you know, the capacitors. That's what it does. It just takes the resistance down even further. So it will feel roughly around about 9 volts, which is about right for what these are at the end of the day. They're not really high-powered machines, which is a shame because, like you said. So the only downside is the way they've done this is just that they've put this spring on the actual board. So first thing I'm going to need to do is take this off because I'm going to need that spring. So, which I'm going to do I'm going to do first. I'm going to need some solder, and I'm going to need some solder. I'm going to need some solder wick. Well, isn't it a shame though, isn't it? Eh? They've really killed the machine, all for the sake of putting it into a 110 sort of area, and then they didn't put it in because they thought, oh, that's all right, we'll plug it in here. I think because these were sold worldwide. These weren't just aimed at the UK. Remember, most of this stuff wasn't made in China. It was made in Taiwan, which mid-80s stuff like you know, Casio watches and calculators it actually did say made in Taiwan. They wasn't made in China. You know, the 1980s, everything was Taiwan. So, which wasn't a bad thing, but it wasn't a great thing at the same time. And this is the trouble it ended up having. You know, and the way they manufactured it, they thought, well, if we make it so it's 110, if we put these, because these were sold in Japan, and Japan uses 110. This is reasons why, another reason they thought, let's put that in there, and that way we'll sell it to the Europeans as well. So that way the Europeans can have it, you know, the other countries, they can have it because they use 110. I think the Americans use 110 volt. But they've got a really weird plug system. Australia is about 110 as well. I'm pretty sure Australia use 110 because I've got a couple of family members that live up there, and they were saying exactly the same thing. They're not used to the power side on it, but yeah, Jesus, I'll tell you what, that is some serious solder that they've got on there. I've got it up to 371 Celsius. I don't know, actually, come to think about it, because I don't want to get high as a kite again with all these fumes. I'm sure that's what's giving me the bloody headaches, you know. So let me bring in my... I won't do an handy and suck plastic bags up, but I'm going to put on my fume extractor. And hopefully that will just take it out. We can... I'm not going to put my hand on it because it bloody hot last time and it took my hand off. $370 is melting. I think it's about 370, which is about roughly about the solder side. You know, you don't want to go too mad because if you start going anything about 400 degrees Celsius, you start delaminating. You can start taking traces and pads off at the end of the day, and that's not ideal. And the ideal is just keep it on there and just gently just rub it backwards and forwards like that. and and she's out. There you go. And we took half of that off, and I've left half of it on there. So I've only used a very small quarter section of that, and she's done down. So I'm going to clean my tip. I'm looking at a new soldering iron, and I want to get a better solder station. This solder station's alright. It was about 90 quid off Amazon, and it's done its job. It still works, but there is better ones that put it into sleep mode. Just don't go into sleep mode, unfortunately, which is not ideal. And now I haven't put anything on this, and already I can see the amount of flux on there that is the original flux. Probably the mid-80s to early 90s flux. And before you guys even mention it, I wasn't even going to think about licking that, because there's probably lead in that, and that probably wouldn't be good for you. So don't get you guys even asking us about it, saying go and lick it. I'm not even going down that road. So no, I'm gonna let's cut that off. We don't need that. Yeah, that is really super sticky. That's the original. That is unbelievable that they used, because back in the days when they used to solder these from there, they did use lead. So yeah, you don't really want to get that into your skin or anything like that. Not ideal. But to me, I think that is such a shame now, because I can't use that transformer. I can use the other components off the board, but if I try to look for a transformer, that specific transformer, because it has got a number on it. I mean, at the end of the day, and I've tried googling it. You know, not even the Americans have got these, because, like I said, when did you last time see boom boxes like that? You don't get to see them no more, and it's such a shame. So, and yeah, and you're right. Looking at it now, right? I don't know who mentioned it earlier. I've just found out he's exactly right who mentioned it. I'll have to look back on this front. Look at the side of here. I've just found the writing on the side, and it actually does say 230 at the top, 110 at the bottom, but it don't say it on the side there. It just says 250, and it's got writing, but the writing don't mean anything. So it was literally 110. It's supposed to be 110. It's not even registering 110. It's coming out in millivolts, because they blew the transformer completely. So the copper, I suppose, if you was really clever and you had one of the reed balls, what you could do, the only reasons you burn these out, because these are, if I watch someone take one of these apart, a three-phase transformer out of a three-phase machine, and he actually recoppered it, which, alright, it has to be done by a machine. These are manufactured, but I suppose if you was really careful, it's only going to be really tiny copper strands. That one of them strands is burnt out, which can't complete a circuit. That's what does it. That's all that's in this. There's no fuses in these transformers. It's all copper wire. It's all wrapped in copper at the end of the day. And I bet the connection between them, where it's wrapped so tight around that magnet, one of them copper strands is burnt out. It's literally fused and burnt itself apart, which can't give you the complete circuit, because that's all that is. It's just copper inside, and it's a bit like the enamel wire. You can get 0.5, which is the smallest you can get with enamel wire. And the trouble is that I think that is not even 0.1 of a copper strand. It's a lot thinner than human hair on these. It's really ultra thin, and if it don't take much, because that's all it does. It generates the electricity, and then these heat up. They normally have inductors at the side, to take the heat away. But they're normally pretty good, because the magnet helps to charge the wire up, hence give you the voltage that it needs, and then it can give you output. But if you strip that down, I bet if you find, and you was doing it carefully, I bet you'll find that one part, or maybe a couple of the copper strands, is literally fused. And if they fuse and it's not making a complete circuit, it's burnt itself out basically. So all you need to do is take the copper out, recopper it at some point, and I suppose you probably could potentially saying that you could have saved it, but who's going to do that? I mean, you know, it'd make great content, But the chances of you trying to repair that are going to be zero. He's just not going to even think about going down that route. But it's a shame, because what transformer is it? This is coming out of a Sharp radio, my friend. It is one of these, coming out of a GF4343 of one of these type of radios. Let me just pop this out so I can just zoom you guys, and then I can show you. So yeah, basically it's one of these type of old radios. This is the reasons why you know, trying to get these repaired, yeah, it's not going to happen. And like I said earlier on, it's a shame that transformer is completely just shot. You know, like I said, if I knew that I could get a transformer for this, I could probably, I mean, keep searching. Perhaps one day someone might break one up for parts. I mean, I've searched most of all places, and I'll give up in the end. It's just, you know, it was just game over. But I can't use none of that now. All of that, it literally is just redundant. All of that is now dead. You know, I can't use, that's obviously the cause of the matter. I can't use the input. I can't use the jack plug because it's got no feed going into it. Fuse is fine. You know, probably the capacitor's fine. It's just that the transformer's dead. You know, it's one of them things, it can't be helped, but pretty gutted. So what we'll have to do now is that now we're going to have to do some modding on this, which is going to be interesting, because I've now got to go down the route of, you know, I've now got to do some, because obviously the wires that go for the radio have to be now soldered directly to the board itself. Which is probably going to be on here, because you'll have your feed coming in, because obviously if you're looking at the back of the radio at the end of it, you know, so we've got obviously looking at on this front, but we should have, yeah, we've got ground. So I was right in what I said earlier on. So you know, I was saying about with this wire, with this, so this was I was right looking at here. This is going to be your speaker selection. So, and actually, this is what I love about mid-90s boards, because you know, it really went into depth when they manufactured them. They told you every component and what it does. So even for a noob like myself, you've only got to look closely, and it actually says L for left, G and D for ground, R for right, plus B, which is your back, and G for ground. So basically, all of them now, basically, is literally, these are all going to be mainly your speakers. So really, all we want is your R and your B, which are probably going to be these main two here. Well, you've got your left and right. So no, it'd be the top one and that one there, basically. So it's literally second from the bottom, first from the top. And all we need is just ground. So the other two are redundant. We don't need them. So on that front, so you only need 3 of them wires just to give you speaker. Now the other one, literally, it had a plug system and it was just easier. But it ain't a problem, because we can take it directly from that board anyway. So we don't even have to take it directly to the board. I can isolate these wires, and basically we can go directly from the speaker. And I could put I've got some shrink wraps up there, so we can put some shrink wrapping over that so it don't make any conductive on there. So we've got our 12 volts. This would be the 12 volts going in, basically, going in. So in theory, if I took my 12 volt, and I'm going to boot it up in a minute, I'm going to prove, and we need to find a ground, because obviously the ground is now, is redundant, because it was on the board, but we can't use the board because the board's dead. So the ground wouldn't do anything, but we can take the ground from the actual ribbon, because that's how it got its ground. So when it was actually in the board itself, so when it was actually soldered in like that, so we've got left, right, your ground and your B plus, and you know, and all that. So even if the power supply was dead, you still have you will still have your sort of battery indicator anyway, because that's what this is. This is the battery side. So because that would have fed, that would have given me 12 volts anyway from the transformer. So we don't have to mod it that much. All we need to really mod is that I need to obviously do away with this. I can't put this back in because it's not worth putting back in. I need to take a ground and put a wire from that onto this, so we can put, you know, it back into the battery system at the end of the day, so we can run batteries. And I need to extend the wire from the battery side, so we can then so I need to go connector from the side of the power switch, then coming out into the battery, so then it's feeding, and all we're doing, we're just bypassing this system. So as if it was doing exactly the same thing. So that should be interesting, because that's how I done it last time, and it obviously works. So it's like you're coming in and going straight out. So all we're doing, well, I'm going to be copying the exact same method as I've done to the last one. So and in that way, but what I'm going to do before I even think about it, because this ain't been tested any further, I just want to test my theory on my power bench there, and I'm going to inject 1 amp, 12 volts to see. Well, I'll put it up to 9 volts. 9 volts is enough to power this at the end of the day. It obviously on that front, and then see if we can get it for that theory to work. It should do, but I've just got to make sure I take a ground off that. And looking at that one with the stripe, that's the ground. We'll probably end up needing that one. So let me just quickly snip that and isolate that. And then in that way, that's what I love about these old wires. These are fantastic. So I don't want to make sure these wires bridge, because that will cause a bridge in the circuit and can cause something else to go. So what I need now is my clamps. So if I take my clamps, I'll take these, and we will give her. Let's put in. I'll read your comments in a minute, guys. Give me 1 minute. Just put my glasses on because I'm bat-eyed as a bat and I can't see a bleeding thing. What's the transformer part number? Do you know what? I'll upload it to Discord, and you guys can do a bit of researching for us at the end of the day. It looks like PT dash. Actually, let me write in. I'll write in there because there's no point me saying to it. It's going to be easier. So it's going to be PT. Oh, hold up. What have I done? There you go. Right. So it's PT dash 197 A, and it's got S dash DDM. Is that an L? Yeah, that's an L. Space L. And I'm pretty sure that looks like it. Yeah, it's a bit of a weird. It's a bit of a weird system because it's the way they've done it on there. But I'm gonna do that. So that is what the part number that's coming up. I'll just double check, make sure there ain't no other part number. But I can't see any other part number apart from that one being on the label. It's the only label they've got, which is, let me see if I can tilt that, because it's about a 2-second delay. No, might be able to pull it into focus, but that's the part number if you guys want to search up for us at the end of the day. So it's the only number I've got on it. There ain't no other number on there, I'm afraid to say. Even if I took that off the board, it doesn't say anything, and there probably won't be nothing under it. That's the only bit of paper it's got. So if you guys want to search, I appreciate it. But it doesn't matter. We're going to do exactly. I just want to see if this this system actually physically worked, because it's been sitting over there for the last couple of months, and I haven't done anything with it because I've been doing other stuff. Been mucking about most of it on the retro. So power supply, let me move it over. It's on 15 volts. I don't want 15 volts. It's cut off again. Right, 15. I'm going to take it up to 9. It's on 5,000 amps. I'm not putting it on 5,000 amps. I found one saying it's a sharp transformer, but I don't know if that's true. Lol. Yeah, I think I had a look before on that before. You've got to make sure what it is. It's the pin layout. With the transformers, it has to be 230 to 110. And the trouble is, it has 4 pins at one side, which, yeah, look, this bloody camera's out of focus. So it's not out of focus. You've got 4 pins at one bottom and 2 pins at the top. So basically, so that's how it is. So, oh, and the earth. So basically, you'll have, so there is 4, 5, so that's 4, 5, 6. It's a 7-pin layout. So 4 at the bottom in one row, one at the center, one in the centre, which will be your earth, and these 2 will be your 12 volts going out. So basically, so it's the 2 pins. So you've got to look for that. I mean, I suppose you probably could, but the downside is you can't put any transformer in because this was made for this specific circuit. As long as the pins layout, but if the transformer is too big, it won't sit in the circuit, and then it'll be hitting against the case. So I can give you the measurements, but trying to find one that's going to be exact, I don't know. It's going to be tight. There were so many of these sharp sort of like monitors of these old retro type of boom boxes back in the days, and this is the trouble. Finding one exactly, I don't know. Right. So what I'm going to do, let's move this over a bit so you guys can see. So. Oh yeah, I've got an altar. I can't have that. So it's on 5,000 amps. I want that on 1 amp. 1 amp. So it's 1,000 amps. 1 amp is 1,000 amps. It won't pull 1,000 amps. It's got 1s and 3 zeros. But that's what the 10 is. So anyway, you know, you can go sort of like 0.40 of an amp. It makes no difference. It'll pull what it's intention to pull. And when it's under load, like most stuff, it will pull more, but it won't go no more than the 1 amp provided. So what I'm doing at the moment, I'm actually generating as if it was running on a battery system. For them, if they take 6 batteries of them big C-class batteries, 1.5, that would bring it up to roughly about 9 volts, which would be about right, which is more than enough. 12 volts is overkill at the end of the day, but you can run it on 9, anywhere between that. If you start going lower, it's not enough to actually power the capacitors and the resistors and everything else. Remember, the more it reads in circuit, the more power it draws. You know, and it has to get the correct voltage it needs, because otherwise it can't move on to the next component. So we've got that on there. So I'm going to now switch this on. She's now switched on. It is off because I'm not putting anything at the end of the day, and I'm going to just literally move that camera around so you guys can see. So you know, and you can watch them on it. So let me move that over so you guys can actually see the it's on 9 volts. Right, so I'm going to hold it there and I'm going to pull. So this is the reasons why I wanted to make sure that this was, because this could be a complete and utter waste of time, and we're pulling nothing. So this one tends to have, and it's definitely got an issue, but we've got nothing. So what I'm going to do now, I don't think it's, because it's got a ground issue, but I'm going to try a different ground point and see what we can try and pull on that front. But so yeah, let me put you back for a minute and I can show you guys after on my little webcam. There you go. So we're pulling no power at the minute on that front. So I don't know why we're not pulling anything, because looking at that on that front, it should be pulling something, and it's obviously not putting anything on there. So the battery side, it's got to complete a cycle. So we've got grounds. We've got another ground. So let me take another ground. Let me switch her off first before I do that. So that's off. Good. So let me take that one. Let's switch her back on. And let's see if we got anything. No, lol. Story of my life. What's that? No blunt transformers. That's worms. No, we've got no power. So I'm going to see if we can up it and see if we can put it onto 12. Let's take it up to the maximum it should take. Now we got 12 and she's switched on, but nothing. So that indicates to me we could have a potential short elsewhere on the board. But I don't want to ruin that at the moment, because what I want to do is that, you know what that also could mean, and I've just fed in, right? That you know when I say to you earlier before, this was coming from the battery, right? Now these wires have to read in circuit, right? And if these ain't all making connection, right, in circuit, you're not going to get any power. But I want to prove it. I want to run it directly from the battery. So I'll take it back down to 9 volts, right? So let's go back up, and I'm going to take it directly from the battery, 9 volts, yeah, 9. So that'll do. So what I want to do now is flip her around. That one there did say battery, but the battery, I've got the battery here. The battery's at the other end. That's the earth. But this wire, one of these wires, this red wire, saying battery. But it obviously, yeah, that's for in circuit from the transformer. It wasn't coming directly from the actual battery compartment itself. So you probably won't, because it's got to read from that transformer to give it its, you know, reading circuit. So I'm going to put it now onto the other battery side. So let's have a look. Let's see if we can got yours guys up on here, and I'm going to put that one up on there. Just going to put right. So what I'm going to need to do, so that one on there. So yeah, what we need to do then. So we need to flip this round. So I want to show you guys what I'm doing, exactly what I'm doing. So now I've took it from the other side. This is where the battery would meet at the end of the day. So I can't take it from that end. All I can take is the speaker sections from that side. But I can take the earth from them other wires. So now, what I'm going to do now is that let's see if that now pulls anything from that side when I switch her on, right? So I want to show you guys now. Let's see if that pulls, and we still got nothing. So we are pulling. We're not even taking 1 amp out. Yeah, just unplug it, and it was on with a big bang flash. We're doing handy. No, we won't do handy. We'll take off the electrics out. Now that's making connection. So we should be pulling something, but we're not pulling anything at the end of the day, which is really frustrating, because I'm trying to look for an earth for it to take at the end of it, because there's going to be an earth point at the and we've got nothing. We've got literally nothing out. So we've got, which I'm really surprised on that front, because we should have had something to come out of it at the end of it, because I'm pretty sure, because on that we've got nothing coming out on that front, but we've got power going into there, so I know that it's coming directly from there, and this is plugged in right, so I know that we are getting something, but I don't know why it blew up. Because the reasons why it didn't blow up, the reason why it blew up was because I said earlier on, someone plugged 110 into a 240 and completely destroyed the power supply on that front. They literally just took it out completely. So this is the reasons what they've done. They've done it purely on that reason, and killed the transformer, which is a shame, because like you said, obviously now it can't get power to that front. But yeah, on that that's a bit that should have really worked, because like you said, all you're doing is taking it directly from the battery side and putting it back in to see, because that's all you're doing. All you're doing is bypassing on that front. So let me put that back in, and let's plug that one back into there. Yeah, we've got literally nothing. So we've got literally, you should have some form of power, but we're not even drawing 1 amp or 0.1 of an amp. Very old now. Yeah, I mean, like you said, these were thrown out for a reason. I mean, at the end of the day, which is, it's like you said, it's such a shame, because for that, you know, obviously you're trying to revive something that is probably way past it. It's got the B plus. What's a B plus? Let me take that one. Yeah. Right, so the B plus, I don't think the B pluses were on there, because you only had, oh yeah, the B pluses, so yeah, that would have been it. So no, that would have been your raid, so yeah, you would have had your left, your right, your ground, and the B plus. So the ground on that would have been right, it would have been the isolation side at the end of it. But we've literally, you have got nothing. So when it comes to your battery, on that, because it even says it on the power supply, on this power supply, it says battery plus, so that gives power to that battery. But then you're reading it from in circuit anyway, because if the idea was, if it wasn't no power from the transformer, you can bypass it and do it all from the thing anyway. So the battery side, which is like you said, because that's all this reads in. But we've literally, you've got nothing coming from, nothing's coming from that. So, which I'm really surprised, because I thought that would have read something going into it, but clearly not the case, because we've got nothing else coming into that, literally nothing at all. And I'm not even pulling 0.1 of an amp, nothing. So there's obviously something else that's gone onto this board. Unless it's took more than one component out when it went bang at the end of the day. But then if that was the case, why didn't you take the fuse out? Because that has to read first before it goes secondary. So there's obviously something along here, along the line, that it's not, you know, it's obviously like, you know, it can't get power to it, what it needs. On that, which is a shame, because I'm just trying to have a look to see if there was any power point that I could take, but we've got nothing at all. Because really, if you're bypassing it from the battery directly, you should still get power. The battery should be enough to power it, unless it's got to be read directly into the board itself, the power board, for it to complete a circuit. That's another thing that really, on that front, that could be another point. I know it sounds a silly question. Hello again, JFix. What's your JFix? Thanks for joining, bud. Yeah, so what I'm going to do, I think for the time being, I'm going to just quickly put this back, the power board. Right, so I'm just going to put the power board back in, solder the wires just temporarily back up. Obviously, we can't get no power from it. I'm pretty sure the way this works is that it's got to read all in. It shouldn't do, because the other one different, but this is a slightly different model. But in for a penny, in for a pound, I always say. You know, you never know these things. If you don't try them, you never know at the end of it. But yeah, let's put this back in, and let's see if we can try to. I didn't take no. See, no. But I was saying about earlier on, I just had a look. There was a little bit of delamination there with the thing. On that front. I'll let it ring. I'm answering that. So yeah, he's going to pester me. Otherwise, probably another. Oh, you can't fix something else, could you? Oh, can't. So yeah, what I'm going to do, I'm going to put these back in. I think it's a sensible move. And that one goes in. That's going in. Where's the other one? There she is. Now I've got to guide these back in very carefully. What I should have done was left these in, but it's not a problem. We'll put them back in. And then what I'm going to do is that I'm going to then see if we can try to, let's turn that off. Let's see if we then can try to get something in circuit, because it might be the way, the way they've done these circuits is completely back to front to me. It doesn't make any sense on that front, but let's make sure these are all nice and straight, because, except for my tweezers, they're as wonky as anything. Let me have a quick read in the messages. I love reading the messages. Transformers blown. I missed a tear down. Oh, sorry, J-Fix. Yeah, laugh at that. Franklin's glad that he's not just the only one who repairs 5 and never had one apart. Yeah. So yeah, on this, looking at the diagram on there, it's going to be, you know, putting this back in is. It's got to go back. It's got to go back in the same order as I took it out. So basically, that one's in. Really, you know what I should do? Because these bend so much, what I'm going to do? I'm going to slightly just take them apart like that, because it's just easier. And then there you go. And then I can space them apart, and then do one by one. And then that way, you know, because you're trying to bunch all them 5 together, it's an absolute dire joke. So, and again, trying to work on these bloody things, it must have been a nightmare. On the mind you, these were manufactured on a greater scale when these were done in the mid 80s, early 90s. At the end of the day, I can't see a bloody thing. Right. That's it. So, let me have a quick look. What's that? It's like Noah's Ark. I think it's a very big bin. yeah, actually, yeah. Do it, Andy. Yeah, I haven't got a bin. You know, just put it on the floor. It should be all right. What's that? I've got a small one. Yeah, actually, have you? That's nice one, Worms. You got a small one. Yeah, a very big bin you need for this. Earlier on, yesterday, I sorted the projector. The projector had a little bit of an issue. I didn't blow it up, and it weren't tripping out either at the end of the day. But yeah, it had a wonky, it had a very wonky bulb holder. Basically, it was a bit hit and miss. It miss. 1 minute worked, then it didn't. You know, but I thought, oh no, Andy thought I was mucking about. I weren't. Seriously, I've got it there, and it works lovely now. It basically, it wasn't making connection properly at the end of the day, and it needed taking apart, cleaning. I managed to put my little thing on there, the cleaner, and clean it up, and it was absolutely fine. So let me use this. What I'm going to do, I'm going to solder one at a time, because these are not the easiest things to actually get in. So where's my this little light is fantastic. I love this little light. It's absolutely brilliant. So I got that when I bought my power bank thing. They throw it in free of charge. They didn't charge me for it. I didn't expect it. When I checked the price up, yeah, it was £100 for a little light. Jesus, I've used that light more times than anything else. Let me just quickly solder this. This is the one I got off TikTok. They sell these on YouTube. They sell these actually. They sell this Fantech one actually on the eBay. They're about £70, but great soldering iron. They really are. Great for doing like micro soldering, things like that. You know, things. God, you know what? I took this out, didn't you? And you're thinking, oh, let's put that over there for a minute. Fall out and chunk it out. But yeah, you know, it's one of them. It's going to be one of them things that end up thinking, Jesus, you know, I wish I just left in. At the end of the day, it wasn't I suppose in but I had to take it out on the other one because I couldn't get the switching. So I thought, well, you know, and I thought these were all the same model. No, they're not the same model, apparently. These are all different makes and models of the Sharp series. So let me put these, let's get this up. What are we up to? 350. There she goes. So that's the one. I'm using just normal lead over a little bit of tin. That's in, lovely. So we just have a quick read of the messages. I love reading the messages. Like the mod, the old computer thing has, yeah. You would have had a compact board that wouldn't have been hard. No, I mean, you know, like you said, PCs. Back in when I had my first PC on that front, let me move that out of the way. And yeah, that was back in the day, and I had what did I have? I had I think I had all of the range of the computers before I started getting into Acorn and went into the BBC Micro. I started going into the PC business. So basically, looking at that, yeah, I think the first one I had was compact, which was, you know, they was pretty expensive. I'd say in the mid-90s. But then I was working at Dixon's at the time, so you know, I was lucky because I see all the latest equipment that was coming in the mid-80s, early 90s. And yeah, it was fantastic. So I used to say, bloody hell, look at the graphics on that. You know, and, you know, the old, because it was all DOS back in the days. You know, you didn't have Windows then. You know, obviously, you know, it was everything you have to write into code and things like that. But it was still quite clever. But yeah, it wasn't for everyone. It's mainly for businesses. We mainly had business people come in because they was interested, because obviously they wanted something on there. And then we had our first compact laptop come in. It was bloody expensive. It was over £1,000, this thing, in the 1980s. That was like, you know, you had to be a millionaire to sort of like own it. But they sold a few. I was really surprised. And I was really, I mean, it had like a monochrome sort of, it had a monochrome look to it. On the back of it, and I mean, bloody hell, look, you know, I was just blown away. I've never seen one like it, and it always stuck to me from that day, from that point. And I went, oh, you know, I wish I could own something like that. Now I laugh. I just think, bloody hell, I only see him now in museums. Oh, he won't give up. He's a lad. He is a lad. He's one of those. He's one of those friends that just want to pester. Let me just answer it, guys. I'm not going to say. Sorry, Neil. Neil, I'm halfway through a stream, mate. Can you ring me back? Can you ring me back tomorrow?
Yeah, okay. No worries, mate.
Cheers,
okay.
Neil. Ciao, mate. Well, that's it. Otherwise, he's going to keep pestering me, and I won't be able to get in it. So yeah, sorry, guys. On that front. So yeah, I've getting on to that, seeing that with the monochrome system. It did make me laugh. I mean, I never see anything like it. I just thought it was the future. I thought it was technology of thinking, wow, they've actually made the very first compact laptop, and I've never seen anything like it. It's like a bloody brick. I mean, it was so fat, it was literally like that. I mean, I thought, Jesus, look at the size of it. But, you know, it was compact. The battery lasted 20 minutes. I mean, you know, I suppose it was quite legendary in its time. And that's probably why it was over £1,000 for that front. I mean, businessmen paid it because they mainly wanted to use it for when they was taking it home and doing all their own work. I mean, ideally, the idea of the battery only lasting 20 minutes with an old monochrome system with a DOS setup did make me laugh. I mean, you know, I suppose in people like that, you know, they only wanted to use it for a specific thing, you know, and they did. They did only wanted to use it for a specific thing. So, you know, it just made me laugh when I see it, and I went, wow, you know. But you know, back in the days, that's just how things were. So I don't know. I mean, now if you looked at something like that now, you'd probably just put it in a bin. you know, and just thinking I won't bother. But then now collector's items, it's a bit like the old Motorola's and the Nokias. I suppose like everything, you know, all of this stuff now is all becoming, people are now starting to wise up, and that. I mean, well, put it this way, the red phone boxes was a prime example, right? We see nothing but the old PO box systems set up. One went on eBay, and I kid you not, it was from Westminster. It had SW1 written on it, right? Covered outside Westminster. It went on eBay. This was last year, and it was covered in graffiti. The windows were all smashed up, right? And I'm not making this up. It was on there, and I always remember it. It had a starting price of £1,000. I thought that's reasonable. You know, some people do like this. The only downside is you have to pick this up from Westminster Council. So it was being decommissioned because no one used phone boxes back in the day. So, you know, because everyone's now got cell phones, and they just thought, well, we don't need it, you know, at the end of the day. And it's now, you know, there is a couple in Westminster, but they're out of service. They're obviously not, you can't use them because there's no phone in them. They're just iconic. You know, so the PO systems, they didn't want to get rid of all of the PO boxes from there, and the telephones and things like that. But this one went on eBay, started at 1,000, and there was a war for it, and it was so dilapidated, this thing, you would have put it in a skip. And in the end, it sold for over £10,000. I kid you not. You could have bought a really nice BMW or Mercedes for that, right? And you would have got something pretty classy. But this thing was so beaten up, it needed so much work, and it would have been cast iron. So it would have weighed a ton. So you'd have had to not only pay someone to get it picked up, you need a crane to pick it up, you know, on top of that. But there was a fighting war for one. And I went, really? You're fighting over a bloody phone box, for God's sake? We see nothing but them. Once upon a time, in the early 90s, when mobile phones started to come out, when Nokia started to explode, and, you know, Panasonic come along, and also you had some, I think it's Intel, or Tel, or some other branded name, some cheap branded name. They started bringing out mobile phones, but it was mainly Nokia and Motorola and things like that, and they really was. I was laughing, and they was fighting. Literally, they was fighting over this phone box. I've never seen one in my life, and I did honestly thought it was hilarious. But they paid over £10,000 for that purpose only, and I went, Jesus, they've got more money than sense to pay that type of money for an old phone box. At the end of the day, I personally would have just said, no mate, sorry, even £1,000 would have been my limit. I mean, it would have been iconic, I mean, because you wouldn't have got another one like it. But there ain't been none for sale since. But because it come from Westminster, they was fighting over it, because it had SW1 on the phone box. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, blimey, come on. I mean, you know, some people must be desperate. I mean, look at the Queen's car. They sold the Queen's... they sold her Queen when the Queen died, because it had Elizabeth I. The number plate was worth more than her Range Rover that she had. The number plate, they took the number plate off. The number plate sold for £250,000 because it said Elizabeth I. £250,000. The number plate alone. The Range Rover that she had, it was just a basic green. It weren't nothing special. It serviced one owner, and it was owned by the Queen itself. That sold for nearly just under £300,000. But the number plate sold for £250,000. It was mad. That's how bad that they wanted the plate more than they wanted the car. And at the end of it, so yeah, because it's got royalty stamped on it, they want to grab it, and you're sort of thinking, I've got to have a piece of that because no one else is going to have it at the end of it. But yeah, amazing, absolutely amazing on that. But they wanted to pay it. So I think they was private selectors. It's a bit like, and that got sold in Sotheby's. Remember, Sotheby's, I don't think how much they charge for their fees, but that ain't going to be bloody cheap at the end of it. But they wanted to pay that type of money, but £250,000 just for the number plate. I remember that because it made it on the news when the Queen died. you know, I'm surprised because I thought Charles would have kept it, but you know, being a king now, I suppose he didn't. But he used all that money went to charity, so it went to a good cause anyway. So they didn't give it. He didn't go back into it. It went to a children's trust, which I think it was part of the Diana Fund that they wanted to put it towards against, because she was in there for the Diana. They've got a thing on there, the Diana Fund Foundation or something. It's still going. So, and I remember that crash the day I woke up, which was rather sad. When you know, Diana sort of you know, had that fatal crash underneath that bridge at the end of the day. I still think there was a cover up along there, and I think they didn't really want her to have it, the title, because they classed her as a queen at the end of it. And I think that's exactly why the royalty just said, we've had enough. We don't want her to have no part of it whatsoever. At the end of it, I mean, I'm don't get me started. I'm not a royalist. I'm just not a royalist at all. But I had a soft spot for Lady Diana. I think she was always gentle and polite. She was absolutely a lovely woman. She always smiled, you know, at the end of the day. But yeah, but this is what tends to happen when, you know, when you've got big power people like the royals. At the end of the day, now they're quite a powerful connection at the end of it. But yeah, it was a shame, you know, things on that, you know. But what can you know? It's one of them things. Is it conspiracy? No one's never going to know. The only one that's going to know that is the one that's now. She's not here with us. At the end of the day, Elizabeth liked her. She even said in a documentary, she said she was quite offended with Di. She said she was lovely. She said she didn't have a problem. I think it was all to do with Charles when they was breaking up, because she was having an affair with Dodi Fayed's son, and the Queen frowned upon it, but she didn't say anything nasty about it. She just didn't like the idea of it on that front. But I think Charles had a big part of it, because you know, he didn't want to. You know, obviously it was making him look bad because the way they was behaving towards her. So I'm thinking that it got to that point where they just said, we've had enough. We don't want anything to do with her in our family. And I think that is exactly why they've said, you know, get rid of her, basically. And it did. It just got to that point. And I thought, oh, that's a shame. I'll read your comments in a minute, guys. Give me a minute. This is putting up a fight, putting this back in. I think this is going to be a lost cause, you know. I just think it's going to be a lost cause. I think there's something else gone on this board at the end of the day. But I don't want, you know, I don't like seeing electronic waste. And this is a shame. I mean, if anything, I'll probably just keep this for show purposes on that front, because it looks good. Because it just looks like the 1980s. I would have rather had the full working one at the end of the day. But, let me quickly just put a little bit of solder. There you go. Just a tad. Clean your tip. I'm going to read your comments, guys. Give me 1 minute. Because I do like reading it. It's so funny reading the comments. When Andy's streaming, I'll crack up. Why can't we get it working? Is probably what Worm said. Find a big bin and put it in. I cleaned up my tip. I had one earlier and a shower. Nice one. Thanks, Worms. So yeah. Actually, that might be the best bet. Find a bin and put it in. At the end of the day. I was listening to the stream with Andy saying about privacy. I was laughing, you know, at the end of the day. You know, it's sort of what it boils down to. Some people like their privacy. Some people ain't bothered. I mean, the only downside is, when it comes to privacy, what I would have mentioned is that privacy is what it means, privacy. It depends what you want to say. And you got, when it comes to social media, all platforms, and I know this for a fact that when it comes to like YouTube, Twitch, Ustream and all that, you can get away to certain things. But YouTube uses this new AI algorithm and it demonetizes. It's now picking stuff up. This is how stupid AI's now got. You now, once upon a time with YouTube, if you had a problem, you used to submit a form and say, I don't want to speak, I want to speak to a human. And you used to did. They used to give you a contact page, you filled it out, they give you a number to ring. But that number was only used once. You couldn't ring it all the time. So if you wanted to have a call back, it said, sorry, you can't use this number. Now that's been totally strict now. You can only now literally send, if your channel's demonetized or it's been copyrighted, you now have to appeal. But you're not appealing against the human, you're appealing against the AI system. The downside to that is that it's not a fair system, because what it's not taking in consideration, like earlier on, I done a test. I don't know who come on, and I don't know if it was Worms that actually popped on. I was trying to do I just wanted to do a test stream with some royalty-free music. Royalty-free means you don't get paid for it. At the end of the day, they've been paid. You don't need permission. At the end of the day, as long as you're not selling royalty-free music, you should be free. It should be free to post, to put it onto your platform and stream. At the end of the day, you know, yeah, in theory, but no, the new AI algorithm from YouTube and most of these platforms do use this sort of algorithm now, and to me it's wrong, unless you pay royalty rights. But how can you pay royalty rights if it's royalty free? I can understand if you want to pay an artist to saying to them, I need your, like, if I paid you, can I have the license to register your music? Because that's what you're paying for. You're paying saying, can I put that on there? And they would say, yeah, okay, but you need to pay this amount and we will give you the license and then you can pay it. That's fair enough. But the royalty-free music, if you want to put it on your platform, the actual means it's free to put out. It says it on there, royalty free. That means it's free to post. You shouldn't have to be paying to put royalty free stuff on your platform. But YouTube demonetizes it, or it classes straight away, flags up as copyright, because the AI system doesn't see it as royalty free. It means, no, you can't have that, it's copyrighted. Well, how can it be copyrighted if it's royalty free? This is the trouble with this AI system, and it's like everything else. If you're giving personal information at the end of the day, and you can hear someone talking about X, Y, Z, look how easily they can pick you up on Facebook by mentioning one thing. Next minute, you've got the police banging at your door. So really, when it comes to what Andy was trying to say earlier on, he's not bothered. What he should have said was, you've got to be careful of what you say. It's because all platforms are listening to what you're saying. And some people can take that completely the wrong way and thinking, well, are you having a personal dig at me? Or are you doing something illegal that you shouldn't be doing? No, I'm not. That's not what I meant. Well, the AI system doesn't see it that way. It just sees it and then it's taking out random things. So it's taking that into content thinking that could be harmful, that could be spiteful, or that could hurt someone's feelings. Well, we're not having that. We'll demonetise the channel. Well, that's not, you know, and this is the trouble with the AI system. The old system was better, because at least that way someone had to monetize, then look at it thinking, no, you know, it's fine. At the end of the day, we haven't got any problems there. Sorry, we'll take your channel down. We'll re-establish it and put it back up at the end of it, you know. And that's the trouble. Now the AI system sees that and says, no, sorry, you can't appeal. We've made our decision. No, it's not that YouTube made a decision. The AI algorithm made a decision and says no. And that's the trouble. You only need 3 strikes and you're completely banned. And if you think that you can try to get round by setting up a new account with YouTube, forget about it, because the AI system sees that you need a valid address. When you're doing a new channel now, you've got to upload all your personal documents, which it wants to see. Driving licence, bill, anything like that, passport. So if it knows that you've been banned on their channel, and now you're thinking, oh, hang on a minute, if I put it in Joe Bloggs' name, but now it wants to see my documents, the only way you'll get round that is to use someone else's documents, which again, it's classed as illegal. But the AI algorithm don't see it like that. But it's the headache involved of what it can cause, and it is now having a knock-on effect when it comes to this. And it's, to me, it's such a shame, because now big YouTubers with really big names, Mr. Beast has been demonetised a few times for some of his channels. You know, like I said, he's got millions of views, but this is what now happens. The AI system now looks at everything and it says, no, sorry, you can't say that. And if you carry on, we're going to demonetise it. If we have to tell you again, you're going to get a ban. And you get 3 bans, it's 3 strikes and you're out. And you will not be coming back at the end of it. And it would be such a shame, because now, looking at the way the system's now in place, you're now frightened to say anything online. And Facebook is, I don't do social media on that front. I just don't do it at the end of the day. I'm only doing this for entertainment purposes, you know, on that front. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered. I'll just carry on just doing my repairs and doing other bits and pieces. But I like engaging. I do find it fun. And I think it's a really great way of social interacting with people on that front. But, yeah, it's a shame that it's now come to this. On that front, but no, looking at that, you know, if Andy says he's not bothered, well, yeah, he's right, he's not. It's down to personal preference. Some people are bothered, some people ain't bothered, but you have to be careful what you say when it comes to conversations. Confidentiality when it comes to people, when you're talking about things, you know, you don't know who's listening, and I don't trust any of these devices, even a mobile phone. I mean, put it this way. If I took this phone, right, and I felt that I end up just switching this phone off, and I just switch this off, you think no one's listening. You're wrong. Because actually it's been proven by Google, they can still listen to it with it switched off. And you can't take the batteries out of these phones. So how the heck? So you can't win. So you're even frightened to say anything. The only way is don't have the tech. Instead, add the old tech. Because the old tech is basic. It's like them old Nokias. You know, you could just take the battery out of them old Nokias, and I've got a couple of old Nokias. I've got some in the bedroom next door. At the end of the day, the batteries are gone in them. But again, if no one can listen to you, just take the battery out. That's it. No power. You can't do that with these modern phones, unfortunately. You know, and it's such a shame because it's now got to the point where you can't even trust it. But this is what I'm saying about got to be careful, so careful of saying things online, because people can end up thinking, oh, I don't really want to hear that at the end of the day, and you shouldn't be sharing that information. Well, it depends what information you want to sell, at the end of it. But yeah, you're all right. You have to be, some people have got different more rules than others. But I totally agree. Just be careful what you say, guys. It really does. You can't take the chance. I've still got the original C64. I can beat you to that, pal. Give me 1 minute. Let me just get that. I'm nearly done there on that front. I've got 2 more to solder in. Let me have a quick look. This is my baby, and I've got a working. Let me pull her up. I have got my lovely. Let me just pull her up a bit more, and in that way you can just have a quick look. I've still got my C64 classic. Yeah, I've retro brightened this. I've had this for many years. This is not. It's been partly. I have partly modded this. At the end of the day, partly modded it, and the reasons why I partly modded it, the one thing that the C64, the only thing that the C64 doesn't have, like the Spectrum, the C64 doesn't have a reset. So the only way to reset it is that you can press the Commodore switch, Shift and Delete, and it resets it. Right, but it doesn't always. It comes up blocky. Right? It doesn't always reset. And I put a custom LED on this one as well. So this one lights up a really nice screen on there. But what I've done with mine, I took it off from the chip. Right, so basically, what I've done on mine now, I have now put a. Let me bring that over a bit, and you guys can see. on this side. Yeah. Yeah, this one here. So yeah, let me. So basically, yeah, I've put now a little tiny reset switch on here. So basically, all I need to do is press that, and it just resets it, and I don't have to keep turning it on and turning it off. I mean, it's still standard. Not done anything to it. I've completely retro brightened this. This was so yellowed at the end of the day, it was disgusting. And the common failure of most of these C64s, the back lugs are always ending up breaking. So it always ends up breaking away from that. This one's broke on the corner, and you can clearly see that, you know, when you move it. So it's a common failure, but I can fix that. It's not a problem. The other two, because these go brittle over time, they just do. But these are beautiful machines. Again, mid-80s, I think I've now near enough got all of my 19C64 stuff on that front. I have got Kung Fu Flash, that now you can run all homebrew stuff on the C64. There's a custom chip in here that I bought of Retro 6. Retro 6 done some reverse engineering on these, which I really love. And, you know, now, again, I grew up with these machines, and he done a custom chip. Pretty expensive, they're over £100, but the custom chip now can play third-party stuff, which you can't do on the C64. This can. So the only mod I done that no one's done on here, I bought a Switch and done my own mod. That's the only thing I've done on here. I've just done my own mod, where I've just now done a reset. But I'll take a tear down and I'll show you guys when I've, hopefully, if I can't get anything, I'll show you roughly. This don't take long to show you, and I'll show you what I mean. And it's fantastic. The C64 is dear, but I've put a green sort of like LED. I took the standard what's they out, and I've got some multicoloured LEDs, and I took it out. I thought, no, put a nice green one in, and it really pops. I was going to put a nice blue one in, but a green one really looks quite nice. Gives it a bit more of a retro look at the end of the day. That's without what I've done with my Amiga. I've got an Amiga 500 up there. I've got a couple of old Atari STs. One of them's got issue with one of the boards. The other one's got the drive or something. It's not working on it, but it does work. It does boot up at the end of the day. But great, lovely machines. This is the reasons why I wanted to get back all of the machines that I originally had, because you know, you can't beat this stuff no more. And you know, some of this stuff, especially I think if I have to have all the machines, it has to be the BBC Micro. I think because I grew up with it. I think that one was more dear to me than anything else, and it was quite dear to a lot of people because it was in all schools right in the late 70s. I think it was about 79, they schools started to come out, and they was all the way up to about the mid 90s. It was about 92, 93. Then they died off. You know, and they started bringing out Pentium computers, which was like the 486. It had Windows. I remember it because I was at college at the time, and I was doing an apprenticeship for computers. And they basically it was again Packard Bell. They started doing Compaq and things like that, and they had a 486. Always remember it. It was a Compaq 486, and it had Windows 95 on it. Wow! I thought, wow. You know, and that's the first time I actually see a Windows operating system. Made me laugh though, because anything else that you wouldn't probably get to see on that. Yeah, the Manic Miner used to take 15 minutes to load on a cassette. That's the only snag on that. But if you use Worms, if you ever think about using for your C64, let me show you. You really want to use. If you still got your C64 Worms, what I'd recommend you use, right, because obviously looking at the this is for the Commodore, this is for the C64. I've got my one still got a big split down it. What my sister jumped on it because she wanted to play a game, and I wouldn't let her play it, and she jumped on my cassette. And I've had this from 1984, and it's still going. There's a big split down it because she bloody jumped on it. I went mad, you know, at the end of the day. And yeah, and I always remember it. But if you want to put anything onto your C64, get yourself one of these Worms, right, get yourself a fast loader or Kung Fu Flash, because these you can run it on a standard SD card. There's a 4 gigabyte, right, at the end of the day, and you put all your files in. This loads up instantly, and it gives you the original graphics, and you ain't got a painstakingly wait for anything. This plugs into your tape port. This plugs into the back of the C64, so it gets your power through your barrel jack here. So that's all it takes. It don't take a signal, it just takes the power, which is roughly around about 5 volts, what gives off. I think it's about 5.2, 5.3 volts. That powers the thing. You get a little red light come through, and basically you've got buttons at the side. That is your select up, and one's a select, the other one is a down button. But if you keep pressing it down, it goes back up again. So it's a one directional button basically, and you've got the same at the other side. I think one goes up, one goes down, or something like that. I ain't booted this up for ages. And now I've got a capture card. Perhaps I can show you guys it now. I'll have to convert it into put it in, but I can put it through the capture card, and then now I can start showing you some of the games. I've got every single game you can think of, and it all fits on a 4 gigabyte card. It's absolutely mad. But if you've never played games on the C64, and they load instantly, you've got all the original graphics, the original sound, the 8-bit sounds on these, fantastic, right nostalgia. I love it. I mean, these don't fetch too much. I think you pay about £30 for these, or £35. They do a Kung Fu Flash one as well at the end of the day. Same thing, exactly the same. This is a side loader with fast load. Fast load means if you get one that says fast load, it instantly loads in. You wait about not even 10 seconds and it's loaded in. You know, and it's all custom. That means who wrote the code, you can put cheats on, so you can have a timer, infinite timer. You don't get infinite life. You can go for infinite lives, but you don't get God mode or things like that, because they don't do it like on the PCs. But you can have an infinite timer, or you can have infinite lives, which is fantastic, because that's one thing I found with gaming. It ended up being bloody frustrating, especially if you. Manic Miner was a classic example of that. Used to have come home and go for a couple of games. I did. That was what I used to look forward to when I used to come home from school. I used to always love it. I used to have my, I had me Back to the Future. I've got some of the Back to the Future stuff on there. Got some really beautiful stuff with Back to the Future, like posters and things like that, because I just love all the retro gear. But yeah, I used to have Back to the Future poster at the end of the day, and it was cool back in the days where you think, I was really looking forward to it. So, and especially when I used to go on my mum used to say, why don't you go and play outside for a bit? And I went, no, I'm alright, I want to play my games. I was so glued to the games, sort of the community, and I'm thinking this is the reasons what done it. I mean, I've never played anything like it. We couldn't afford to keep going to the arcades, so I thought that was the best thing ever when they brought it out. And when I was working in that shop at the time, when I was seeing all this new stock coming in, new PCs, new gaming consoles, I said I want one. I want it all, And Dixon's at the time was really comical, because I'll never get to see none of that, and I was the first to actually physically play it, and it was really cool. And kids couldn't afford it because it was out of their range at the end of the day, and I was learning at the same time. So I thought that's brilliant. I honestly thought that was the best thing that they could ever do, was to actually bring that in. And I did, and by then they had it in for a month or two, something else, and then we used to take it off the shelf and then bring something else out. I think I was there because I was an apprentice after school back in, I think it was about 87, 88. I was working at there, because I was working at Woolworths at first. Which I still got my records from Woolworths. I still got the Woolly stamp, still stamped on it. And I used to love working at Woolworths. I worked to the record side, and I've got a lot of my records, because I still got my Pioneer 1210s, which standing over there. I haven't started them up for ages. They work lovely at the end of the day. When I used to get into doing discos and things like that, and then and that sort of died a death. And then I started getting into, then I got into consoles and computers, and it was just all stuff that I grew up with. And I think that's in part of most of all our childhood. Not everyone did, because they couldn't afford it. It was just too expensive. But I was just very fortunate that my friend was in the same things as what I was into at the end of the day, and that was without the music at the end of the day. It's like everything. It's what you grew up with back in the early days. The only thing that I was more gutted about, more than anything else, and I did say this in my last stream, and I really wish that my mum would have kept it, and I don't know what happened to it, and that really broke my heart. There was one retro toy that I can't buy back because they don't exist anymore now. That's it. They only made a certain amount worldwide, but in the UK was very limited. Was my chopper. Was basically my friend had the Rally Grifter. I had the chopper. My friend still kept, before he died, he still kept his Rally Grifter. Right, it was still in the shed at he had. I don't know what happened to my chopper because it had the free lever on it, and it was lovely. I loved that bike. I used to mod it. What made me laugh back in the days, don't get me wrong, and I bet some kids actually did do it. I used to get me cards, jam them in the back wheel or a plastic bottle, so it used to rattle, and when you're pedalling really fast up the high street or something, all you could hear is and people used to think, what the friggin' hell is that coming up the road? And then that's what people used to laugh, but the things he used to do, it was one of them things, or you had an old dynamo strapped to the back of it, and it used to light up, like a brake light or something, and that slowed the bike down, so you had to pedal even faster. And it used to be a race to try and burn the bulb out, to try and actually see if the dynamo can burn the bulb. It was things like that I used to love. It's like you said, but them days are now gone. It's not good. I mean, even if I did have my chopper bike now, I don't think I could have even got on that. I mean, it's bad. I was alright when I was a kid, but not now. Bloody hell, I'd have come off it. It's like trying to get on a penny farthing at the end of it. You've got no chance. But yeah, that's one retro toy I would have just loved to have on display. But the last one that sold on eBay went for just under £3,000. Literally £3,000. I think it sold for 2,800. eBay take their 20% fees at the end of the day. All their money's sort of grabbing subscriptions and collecting user data. But yeah, guys, what do you reckon? What was your favourite toy, and what have you got any of your toys that have you kept since the mid-80s? I have. I'm lucky enough. I have managed to keep. I still got some of my amplifiers that I've had from 1980, 84, 85, and they've got 84, 85 stamped on them, and they're still working. I've not even done anything to them at the end of the day. I mean, I've got my Pioneer old amplifier that I have had since 1984, and it's still going. It's a bit beaten up, but I'll tell you what, it still goes. I've got an old Casio basic watch, right? Not these fancy watches that I've got on, they're just too fancy. But I still got my old classic Casio watch that I've had from, again, since 86. And it's still going. The battery died a few times, but it's the battery. But the clock, the actual quartz in it still works. Which I'm amazed. Because I thought that thing would have just died a death or something. But no, still works. Still, like some of them Coleco toys I've got. They are 1983 and 1984. They're still bloody working. How the heck are they still working? Because the company only went for 2 years and then they died off. But they're still working. They should be working. But they do. They are still going on. And I've not touched them. They're unbelievable. So there's some of the mid-80s stuff. It's not like the cheap Chinese rubbish you buy today, where you buy it and you just literally throw it away. This one is really putting up a fight. Because what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to actually thread all that in, but it keeps untwisting itself. And all I keep doing is grabbing and twisting. So what I'm going to do is create a nice tight fit, so it just slots in, on that, and then I can solder up. Yeah. What guys? What do you reckon? Have you still got any of your toys from the mid '80s, or early '90s? I've still got Furbies. I still got 1980s Furbies. I'm not into Furbies, but these are 1989, 1987 Furbies, and they're the originals because they've got the date stamped on them. I've got about 4 of them. They're slung in a cupboard. At the end of the day, gathering dust. They ain't got no batteries in them. At the end of the day, what is a Furby? I'll show you what a Furby is, and you'll go laugh. This is what a Furby is. I've got one sitting up, chilling there on the top of my thing. I told you, guys, when it comes to retro, I think because I've still got a lot of retro stuff. I've not even showed you guys anything. This is a Furby. This is a classic. This is a classic. Oh yeah, let me point up here. So yeah, this is a classic Furby when it comes to, you put it in, its eyes light up, right, basically. And what it does, it flaps its little ears, it's got little feet, and basically it rocks backwards and forwards, and it makes Furby noises, like little chirp noises. And it's got buttons, right? You can feel the buttons. You can press its nose, and the little mouth talks. So on the front, you can actually see its little mouth talking, so it's like that. And it makes, so it's like a little pet. And there was one in the, and I've got one of them as well. I've got one in the cupboard. It's buried next door. It used to have in the mid '90s. It used to be called the Tamagotchi. It was a Japanese thing that, again, it was a little virtual pet, and you had to feed it. You had to keep feeding it. It went asleep. It woke up. It was, and the Furbies were exactly the same. These were midnight. Some of these Furbies in the mid '80s, these went alongside with the Cabbage Patch. So these worked a lot. And again, that's one thing that I haven't got. I mean, Andy was talking about gollywogs at the end of the day. Furbies come along. The gollywogs come out in the mid '60s on that front, but these Furbies started to get popular. Everyone wanted, there was a craze that went round over the decades that went past. There was always a craze, and most of the crazes they ended up saying, I've got to have one. I don't care what it is. The kids have got one at school, I want one at the end of the day. And it's a bit like these boom boxes. People couldn't afford these boom boxes back in the day, but everyone had a boom box because they was doing breakdancing. Because breakdance was a big thing in the schools in the mid '80s, So you had Grandmaster Flash, so you had all great songs, and I used to love it. I didn't like the breakdancing, but I loved the songs and I loved the boom boxes that went alongside, and that's what really got me into it. And this was a prime example of having all these retro toys, at the end of the day. Because now, you try and get these, do you know what? If I tried selling that Furby now, that is an original 1980s Furby. I'm pretty sure that it's got a tag on the bottom. It should tell me. And it's got the Furby. It's an original. I'm not making it up. It's got Furby written on the tag. Right? It's got these are. You can actually see it written on the label that's on there. This should be 1989. You can't see it, legs, but it's got 1989 on the label. One of these now, you're going to laugh at these. These fetch anywhere up to £70 for one of these items. If you get the 90s, if you get the 1980s ones, they can fetch anywhere between £40 and £150. This one's worth about 70 quid, give or take, at the end of the day. But the value of these are going up. They're not going down, they're going up. So the longer I keep that, the more this is worth further on down the line. But you can't buy these. These are getting harder, especially these were manufactured on a mass scale. But the 1980s ones,
there was limited stock. And I bought this at Woolworths when I got this when I was working at Woolies at the end of the day. And, you know, I bought that for my sister, but she didn't want it. She said she wanted something else. And I went, don't worry, I'll have it. And I kept it in the cupboard ever since. When she saw it, she went, I want my Furby back. I went, no, you bloody ain't, because I said, no, they're collector's items. I went, you're not having the Furby back. It's gone in. It's now sitting on top of my cupboard. I said, so he's sitting with all the others. I've got 4 of them, and they're all, the latest one's 1991, but they're all roughly around about 88 to 87. That one's a 1988. So, you know, and the things on it. So, yeah, classic. That's what I love about the retro stuff. You just can't beat the retro gear community. But it's just unfortunately you are not going to see much of it now. It's getting more and more in decline, and people have wised up and they've turned around and said, I am not selling it. I'd rather have it on display at the end of the day. And it is beautiful. I've got to admit, it does make me laugh seeing retro toys. And I've got a lot of retro stuff that I'm glad I've now kept and preserved. Because now they're in such decline now, they're getting harder and harder to get hold of. This one's really putting up a fight. I might have to, I don't want to end up putting any solder because then it won't go through the hole. I might put a little bit. I'll tell you what, Worms, if you have you still got, Worms, have you still managed to keep your C64? I threw a load out when I had a clean out. No, I took it to the dump. Oh. See, now to me that's heartbreaking. See, yeah, it's literally heartbreaking when you have to take it out. I still have the C64. I'll tell you what, your C64, get yourself one of them cartridges, right? Because you don't need to mod it for your thing on there. So if you've got your C64, buy one of these, your SD2IC fast load, because you can download. You go to the GitHub, and there's a link on there, and the link gives you every single game of the C64 available, and it's free to download. I can put it in. I can put a link in there for what's that? I need to get it out of the loft first. Yeah, and then I've put a link in the Discord, and then basically you can download and you can play every single game. And there is hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. There's pages and pages of games. Every game you can think of. And the great thing is, these consoles ain't dead. They're still making games for them, you know, because they're easy to write code. If you was back in the early days like myself, you know, you could literally Rainbow Island. I love Rainbow Island. That was another one I used to love. Do you know what? The best one on there was for the Amiga. I loved Rainbow Island for the Amiga because they done an enhanced version for the Amiga, and that's why, again, mid-90s was another big part of the play role, because I loved it. Because again, when these computers started to come out, the consoles started to dissipate now. So all the C64s, the Spectrums, they all started to phase out. The computers started to come in the mid-90s. So I started seeing a big shift. Because I left, when did I leave? I've got the day when I left. I actually left Dixon's. I was there for about 6 years at Dixon's. And then I moved into a warehouse making computers. And that's how I started to learn about computers. You know, learning how to build. It was a manufacturer. It worked alongside with Packard Bell. That's how I knew how I started to learn how to put these computers together at the end of the day. And but it was I forgot the company's name. They weren't selling out, but they was distributing parts, and my job was to actually build part of the PCs, put the PCBs together, not the components, but like hard drives, you know, the optical drive, plug all the ribbon cables in, tidy it up, and then someone else done one bit on the factory, and then it went to, you know, but these parts were mainly, I had some Compaq and mainly Packard Bell stuff come in. So that's how I knew about the type of all the equipment that was coming in at the time, and it got me into computers. I loved that. I was only there for about 2 years. Then I moved on to something else. So I was zipping in and out of jobs like anything. But you could do that in the 80s. You could lose one job, and the next day you could be in another. You know, you can get away with it. You can't do that now. You know, and them type of jobs, they don't exist anymore, because now it's, you know, them type of businesses have dried up big time, and it's a shame, because no one else is doing things like that, and yeah, that is why. But yeah, I would definitely say at the end of the day, but I loved Rainbow Island. You know, there was some really great classics. 500 or the 600. I've got the 500, but I put the expansion on there, so it gives it the 1 meg. So on that, actually, let me get it down. I'll quickly show you guys, and I'll show you what I mean. They're big old machines though. Let me take that down. I'll show you guys. She's a beast, but I've got, like I said, I've got all the machines. I'm not lying. At the end of the day, this is the Amiga 500 Plus. Bit dusty, because last time I booted her up was, oh, fuck me, it's about 2 years ago. So basically, and again, really in good condition. This had a lot of yellowing. The time I retro brightened it, it's come up like brand new. The retro brighting, if you know how to do the retro brighten, do it properly, it will take your consoles back like brand new condition. And every machine that I've retro brightened, they needed doing. It looks brand new. Yeah, you won't believe it. Yeah, you won't think that this machine was darker than a smoker's jacket. It was yellow as anything, and you won't recognise it now. There's ways of retro brightening it and doing it properly. I have put the expansion in this. I'm pretty sure. If I take the back off, quick to show you guys, and I'm not mucking about. This is. Let me take the back off. Put it carefully, because I don't want to break this at the end of the day. Okay. Yes, she has got the 1 meg expansion pack. So basically, I'm going to put this back in there, and I can quickly show you. I have put in the 1 meg expansion. 1 meg, wow. I mean, you know, you're not going to get much more than that in your, I mean, at the end of the day. I mean, you know, literally the 1 meg. But Rainbow Island, yeah, I've got the port thing on this. I've done a mod on this. I've done 2 mods on this. I love modding. These old computers, you can mod to a certain degree, right? So the mod that I've done on these, I've done 2 mods on this. First of all, this has got custom chips that I put in from Retro 6, which is fantastic, because I can't thank Retro 6 enough, because again, that bloke is a total genius when it comes to working things. He was selling chips. He ain't selling them now, but he was selling off some of his old custom chips that he had for his Amiga. And he put them buy it now, and they were £70 each, these custom chips. And these custom chips not only give it the fast RAM boot up, but also I now can double from 1 meg to 2 meg with a switch, right? And that's exactly what I've done on this. And he made this chip up that was on there, thing on it. So basically, I've now put a tiny hole at the back, right at the back, and there's a little tiny switch, right, on the back of it. So basically, you've got your up, and it just goes up and down, and it don't tell you what to do. So what it does, that 1 meg expansion that I've put in, that will just boost the games. But now these suffer one major fate. These one thing that these Amigas suffer from, and if you have got an Amiga 500, 6 or 1200, I guarantee these have a bad failure rate for hard drive failure, right? The optical drive. The optical drive will guarantee to fail, and you can't stop it. It's just a runaway train at the end of the day. The optical drive that reads the floppies, they just deteriorate. They sort of deteriorate over time. So the more years that go past, the more there's something on the head that just wears, basically, and you can't replace them. If you try to buy one off eBay, I kid you not, you're going to pay at least anywhere up to £300 for a decent running drive. And I kid you not, £300, right? That's without the computer. at the end of the day. These Amigas, you can pick these up, you can range anywhere between 150 to £350 to £400, depending on the condition, right? But you're looking at roughly around about 150 quid. Now, some of them are not going to be in the greatest condition, and you're going to find at the end of the day that that with this, that you're going to find that the optical drive is going to be bad. It's just not going to work. So you might have a working computer, but they suffer from a couple of things, these Amigas, because they're now starting to have arthritis in them. The membrane goes. This had to have a brain. I had to do, when I've got this one was in terrible condition. I had to do some extensive work to it. I had to go up north. Which was up in Manchester. I was driving up there anyway to visit a friend, so I was staying up there for the weekend. There was a shop that was selling part of Amiga stuff off, right? And again, they was just literally turning, they basically turned around and said, we're selling most of all their stuff for near enough to no money whatsoever. We don't, you're virtually giving it away for the price of it. But they had cases, they had drives, they had motherboards, they had plastic shell casings, keys, membranes for that. And mine needed quite a bit. So I grabbed a dozen chips, because I know these chips do go down. Right, especially the 6502s. There's a 6502 chip that uses on there for the Commodore 128. It's a custom chip that the Amiga uses. It's a really big, long chip. It's big. It's quite a big chip. At the end of the day, you've got the SID chip and the C64, but the Amigas use it on the Commodore 128 chips. They started putting them in. They put a custom chip in there that the Amiga uses, which was the 500 and the 500 pluses. The pluses were, remember, the original one was the 500. The plus was an upgrade, so they basically tweaked a few things on the board, but and it made a difference at the end of it. So the stuff that they was giving away, they wasn't posting on the YouTube, and they wasn't putting it on eBay. They said we was just giving it. We're virtually giving it all away cheap. And I bought a lot of Amiga stuff because I know these are now becoming very rare and very hard to get. And the one on there, unfortunately, the drive died. It just completely died. It just went out of its whilst they've done it. And when these go, it's game over. You can't play any games because it uses floppy drives, right, at the end of the day. And the ports at the back of some of these, you can't plug a cassette port in, which you can't. They don't have cassette ports on these. They're not like your C64. But what someone done, which was very, very clever, they bought a thing called, what's that package? They put one of these digital optical drives out, and I'm going to show you guys now, and I'll show you what I've done. Basically, that's what this is switch. That's what that switch is for, basically. So now, if you look at the inside, I've got. Let's put that back in. Has this got the optical drive? Yeah, no, this one. That's right. I put an optical drive back in here, right? Because I got it from the shop. So basically, that one, that's what I've done. I basically bought that back into a shop. So I put because the drive died, so I put a working one back in, and it works lovely. That was one of the parts. Then I bought this device for the Amiga, which is and again, you can use these for the Atari STs, which I've got a couple of Atari STs down here at the end of the day. These basically are a disk drive emulator. Now these are a little bit expensive, but these will load instantly. There's no loading time on these, not like where you have to keep swapping the drives out. This, you don't put in. Now I thought, well, how the bloody hell do you work these? You don't put SD cards in these. These don't run on SD cards. You can run these on a USB stick. So basically, you plug your USB stick in. You download all your ROMs, right? So all the little, I think the Amiga uses what they call IQ files, if I remember the top of my head. They use IQ files, and they can run another file. It's about 2 different files these can run. And basically, this lights up, and then you can select what file, and it tells you on the digital dashboard what game you want to run. And basically, you select it, press it, it just clicks. So basically, it's just a little click, and then you basically, once you do your command on there, which is normally your Control, your Alt A, and your double A, it then thinks it's the drive. That's what that button's for, that I put on the back, because it's got a custom chip in it to run that. It's like a Pico, basically. And that's what that switch for, right? So now, that switch, I can now run original floppies, or I can run this drive. And these, you can buy these, but you will need to do that mod. If you've got an Amiga, you will need to do that mod. Unless you do away with the drive, because you won't need the drive. You can select this, because I'm pretty sure the Amigas run on a 0 or a 1 on the drive, but you need to select that to tell it what drive it is. Otherwise, it will. So you can, in theory, you can use this as a second drive, but it'll run instantly instead of just what's named on it. But yeah, a little bit expensive now. These are £170. I'm going to tell you, they're not exactly cheap at the end of the day. So, and there's, when I last checked, there's still, yeah, because 0, I think 0 is the main drive, and 1 is your external drive, and that's what I put that switch on. So that custom chip that I've got from Retro 6, if I switch that, if that drive ever packs up in the future, because that's the last drive that I've got, right, that custom chip, because if you don't have a working drive, you can't bypass the 0 drive, because the Amiga's looking for it. So there's no way around the system. But if you put a custom chip in, which I've got on here, that custom chip then thinks this is the 0 drive, and that's what I've put that custom in. I flipped the switch, and now it thinks this is the 0 drive, because without that 0 drive, the Amiga won't run. It will just sit there with the picture of the Amiga with the disc sitting on the screen, because it's waiting for the disc. So that's what that custom chip does. You can buy custom chips, but they are really expensive. You're going to pay in the region of roughly around about £70 and up. But the Amiga is quite dear. Remember, the Amigas come out in very early 90s, and these were a big hit. These weren't cheap. These were £299, the Amiga 500s, before the Plus comes out. So when these come out, they literally sold out. I remember going up Tottenham Court Road in London. There was a shop up there before they was named on it, and that is how I knew that they sold the very first Amiga. And I went, oh, I'd love one of them. You know, they was just lovely. You can't get to see them back in the days. But this is what I'm saying with this retro stuff. Now, all of this on there is, hi Chris. Yeah, but basically, yeah, you won't get to see these lovely machines because they're too expensive. This Atarav new drive, the optical drive packed up. It's the membrane packed up. One of the SID chips in this packed up, and so I replaced the membrane. It Atarav retro brightened, and it also Atarav an optical drive. So now I've done all of that and put a custom chip in. This works beautiful. If I tried to sell this today, this would sell out. I've got the box with this as well, right? With all that, and I've got all of the paperwork to go with it. If I sold this today, I could put this on eBay, and I guarantee I'd sell this for about $450 to $500, because there was a sum on there identical to mine, and they was near enough like this in brand new condition. Because this one's had some mods done to it, I can ask top end, but I wouldn't sell it because I won't get all the parts again for these, because they're an absolute nightmare, and they're really hard to get a working drive on these. They really are difficult at the end of it. But because this one looks like brand new, this was so yellowed, it was disgusting. You know, and I didn't want to. Everything on the inside has been replaced. He said complete. I've done a complete cap on it, so I ain't got to worry about capacitors. Even though I didn't need it, I put new caps in, new ceramic caps. So these are now this will outlive me at the end of the day. But I mainly use this just for demonstration, just have it sitting up on top of my arcade cabinet at the end of the day. But what a lovely machine. And at the end of the day, it's like, that's why I bought the Atari STs, because I've got a couple of Ataris sitting down there, but I'm waiting to do some bits for that one. On that, but yeah, it is a nice machine. I've got to admit, it's really, really nice. You don't get to see that type of machinery no more at the end of it. It's the same with these ones, guys. Look, I know I'm sidetracking here, but look, there's a couple of I've had a couple of these. It's got dog's ears all over it. Jesus, I've got to clean that. Couple of I've actually got 3 of these. That these come in. The Atari ST 520. I've got 2 1020s and this one's a 520 ST at the end of the day. Again, bulky machine. Absolutely bulky machine. This weighs heavier than the Amiga 500. Remember, when these come out, there was a war on between the Amigas and the Ataris at the end of the day. They was both dear to me. I loved the Atari range of right back to the early, the Atari 2600s. They're quite dear to me, these computers. This one is again, the drive went in it, unfortunately, and I put in one of these. Again, bit expensive, but it works lovely at the end of the day. And let me move it over and I can show you guys and you can see it properly, because this camera is absolutely appalling. So this has got like it's a digital drive, but again I had to put a custom chip in for it to work, because again the Ataris run on exactly the same as the Amiga. It works on 0 or 1 and it has to have a 0 drive. Now there's no other modding inside this, but I had to put a custom chip in because I can't get drives for these, because they're like the Amigas. Once these drives die, it's game over. You can't get them no more. So basically, I've tried having a look, and you can buy plenty of broken ones, but then what's the point in that? You can't repair them. So there's no point. So I had to put a custom chip in here, which they do sell. They're a bit more expensive. They ain't expensive with the Amigas, because the Amigas have to use more custom chips in these. But the Ataris, you can pick the mod chip for these for about nearly 45 quid. Around about 43 to 45 pound, the custom chips. Once you put the custom chip in, you have to replace it. You then can put one of these in its place, and then it sees this then as a 0 drive, basically, and it will load instantly. There's no waiting time on it at the end of the day, and it's fantastic. And then you can play all your Atari games all off one of them little sticks at the side. So you can basically plug one of them little sort of like scan disc ones in, and then you can put all your games, dump all your ROM files, like little files on there, and then you can play it on the original hardware. But I've got to admit, the Atari was a bit of an hit and miss. Not everyone loved the Ataris. They was more into the Amigas were more custom, because they had a custom video chip in, which made the graphics so much better. So it had its own built-in speech chip, which the Ataris didn't. They all had to come off one chip. That's why it wasn't as good as the Amiga. But there was a price difference. You could buy these for £249 for the 520s back in the early 90s. But the Amigas some of them were starting to range from anywhere up to £349, and some even went up to £400 and above, depending on the package that they done at the end of the day. But with that, you did get a joystick, and you got, they did give you a variety of pack of games. But the Amiga, everyone wanted the Amiga. The Atari died a death, because the Amiga, this was fighting alongside the Amiga, and unfortunately the Atari didn't do so well. So Jacques Tramiel, who owned Atari at the time, and said, I can't keep up, and he sold his business. And I don't know who bought the business out, but he went off and done his own thing. So the business died a death, really, and so did all the machines. Such a shame, because it's such a beautiful machine to do. But I've got 3 of these. So I've got, this is the only 520 I've got, and I've got 2 down there with the boards. I've got to have a look at the boards. they've got they are the 1040 STs, which is so it's double the RAM bank. So it's virtually exactly the same. There might be in a different earlier revision because there's different revisions of these, but they're virtually all the same. The 1040s just had more banks. It just had another 520 more of their RAM expansion built in on the board at the end of the day. Lovely machines, though. You don't get to see them no more, and it's such a shame because, like you said, they all died of death. So basically, which, like you said, like a lot of these things, they don't always, they don't seem to be surviving anymore now, and it's a shame because, like you said, you're going back to it, and you're thinking, you're never going to get to see these machines ever again, and they are now. You're going on places like, especially eBay. They're asking ludicrous prices because they know people can ask it because they're now, you're not going to see them. Give it another 10 years, they're going to be non-existent. They're going to be like the Furbies. They're going to be like these old Furbies where there's going to be so few of them now, they will ask silly prices because they know if you want one, you're going to have to pay more than what it was in the 1980s at the end of the day, which is absolutely daft because I bloody know I wouldn't. But it's the reasons why. It's the same with all my hi-fi equipment I've got over there. At the end of it, you're not going to see that type of equipment. I mean, that amplifier alone that I've got over there is £1,000. It literally is. I kid you not. There was one on there, identical, not as good as mine. At the end of the day, and he wanted £1,000 for it because there's not many left. It's like when when Andy was doing the Marantz. Asking about the remote control, wasn't he? And he was asking about that. Bye, Worms. Oh, Worms is off. Sorry, Worms, didn't see you there, bud. Worms is going. So yeah, basically, let me and I'll show you the thing on it. The reasons why Marantz are expensive at the end of the day. And I've got this one. I had to have a little bit of work done to it. It just needed a new belt replaced on it. Now I paid a lot of money for this one, guys, and I did, seriously. Marantz it's like Bang & Olufsen back in the days at the end of it. This is beautiful. I paid this because it was in mint condition. I've got all the box with this. I paid over £400 for this. A lot of money at the end of the day, but it did have a problem. Even at over £400 that I paid, they couldn't do it because it's a bit involving taking it apart, because they're multi-layered boards on there. It just needed a new belt. That's all it needed. That's all it needed. And I put a new belt and I replaced the belt 20th 11th 24 at the end of the day. And the reasons why Marantz are so bloody expensive is because for that reason. So you've got now on the front. That's why I use this for my retro stuff, and it's beautiful. You're not going to see gear like this. This is why Andy was asking the reasons why everything was so bloody expensive on the Marantz. And yeah, you do, because you've got a lot of ports at the back, and I use these for the retro consoles. This is perfect. That's why I bought it. I bought it purely for not only for the investment, because the price of these are getting really hard now to get, and especially in really nice condition. These very rarely come up, and if they do, they're instantly snapped up. I wouldn't put it this way: if I put this up on for 500 and above, I wouldn't think this would sell near enough straight away, because there's so less of them now. People want them because of the decency, and the quality of the sound is amazing. This is, like I said, the quality of that is just as good now as the day it ever come out at the end of it. And to get one in very good condition like that is not heard of. You just don't. They don't come with all the padding casing and everything. So yeah, that's the reasons why I love all of that type of equipment. But Marantz is quality. It's like Bang & Olufsen. Bang & Olufsen was again right up in the early 70s. Bang & Olufsen have been going. But if you look at Bang & Olufsen stuff, if you go to my mate Vince, my mate Vince's website on the YouTube channel, he done some Bang & Olufsen stuff on there, and he had a tape deck on it, and he showed you back in the early days how much it was in the early 70s. It was nearly £700 in the 1970s. He said it was never heard of, but it was out of this world. Beautiful machines, because it's again, You're not going to get to see anything like it. No, that's gone in. So let me warm that up. I've got one more to do. But yeah, basically, if this still don't work, right, I'm going to put this back in. If this still don't work, I'm not going to put it on the landfill because it's too good to put on the landfill. I would probably just put it back on there and put a note saying that, you know, it's got too many issues at the end of the day. I'll probably end up just keeping this one. Why is that smoking? Oh Christ, Jesus. Oh, it's burning the fucking plastic on that. Jesus, I didn't see that. It was resting up against the plastic. I thought, why is that smoking? It was hitting against the plastic. I just see it. Oh no, I nearly burnt the place down. No, that's not good. Yeah, I'll probably just keep it for display. I mean, it looks great with all my retro stuff anyway. Let me get that. Yeah, one more. That'll do. Does that do? The amount of retro stuff, I've got loads of retro sort of mid-90s to early 2000s stuff. It's all sitting on top of my wardrobe. I ain't even tested half of that yet. I've got to test it at some point. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, it's just been sitting there for God knows how long at the end of the day. So, yeah, right, she's good. I don't want it bridging or anything like that. Let me have a quick look at the messages. I bet that smells nice. Yeah, what, melted plastic? Fucking look, that burnt right through it. I didn't see that. It literally, I thought, why is that smoking? I thought it's the dog. No, it won't. I had to blame someone. Yeah, when it comes to retro stuff, now I've got a capture device. I'll have to still convert it into HDMI through the. So I've still got to put. I've got that Elgato capture card there, but it's only HDMI only. So I need something else to convert that into HDMI, and then I can show you some of this stuff, some of this retro stuff, and I'll play some of the games and I'll put it on the capture and stream it live. But then I've got to be careful, because if I do that, is that classed as copyright? See, this is what annoys me. You can't show things the way you want it to. YouTube's changed its, you know, it's sort of the way it does things now, and I don't want to, you know, stream it live and the next minute I'm demonetized or my account's been banned, saying sorry, no, well, it's not banned, it's striped because you've been showing copyright content. You know, you've got to be careful, because it's down to the rightful owner. You know, can they still can they still take it down? I mean, I know people do play games. I mean, I'll give you, for instance, GTA 5 was a prime example. Posting on YouTube, and most of them posts went down because they said no, you're not allowed to have that up, because it was showing music and it was being copyrighted. At the end of the day, they, even though they muted the music and just said, but they just said gameplay with no sound effects on. I went, well, that's fucking stupid. You're now just watching you're just watching a screen with no sound. But that's how stupid the AI system is. It's not looking at that now. It's just demonetising everything that you post. If it thinks it's spiteful or harmful, or, you know, or any of that system, it just get flagged up. And the AI don't see it that way. It just says no, it's copyright material, because it screens everything you post now on YouTube, which it didn't before. You know, which is bloody annoying. Oh yeah, guys, I was going to ask you, is any of you guys, did you, and I didn't know this, I mean, it goes to show, because I've been old school for so long, at the end of the day, can you ever remember the very first YouTube video that got streamed, the very first YouTube stream at the end of the day? Can you remember the days when, you know, and it takes you back, someone posted the very first YouTube stream that ever put the first video out at the end of the day. You've only got to go to YouTube and have a look. See how old it is. You'll laugh at the end of the day. It's sort of like, it looks like 1990s I don't think it was 1980s. It looked like more like mid-90s. I think that's what it was, because YouTube wasn't out in the 80s, so it probably would have been early 90s at the end of it. Yeah, you look at the, if you have a look at that, you don't need a microscope for your eyes, mate, for your eye scope. Yeah, I know, yeah, the trouble is, my eyesight is really poorly. I went to an air show, and what it was, I didn't used to wear glasses. I went to RAF Lakenheath, it was up in Norfolk, and I went to it's an American air base up there at the end of it. And what it was, I had it was back in the early 90s that I had the damage. It was about 1995, I remember it quite clearly, and on that front. And, hold up, is that through? No, it's not through, is it? No, it's still not through. And what it was, I had one of them old video cameras, you know, the ones with the old zoom-in lens that you have to put up to your eye, and at the end of that. And that's what it was. I was filming this this Ukrainian jet. It was a Sukhoi Su-27, lovely jet. Thing was bloody awesome. You know, it took off at this air base, and they was putting on an air display. We sat at the back of the runway, so you could see the back, and I've still got the video footage, and I kid you not, this is how I lost my eyes, this is how I buggered my eyesight up in one of my eyes. And we got warned that you need ear defenders on, because the thrust on some of these jets were over 6,000 pounds of thrust. Jesus, it felt like even with ear defenders in, we had earplugs in and ear defenders. It was for our own safety. We got warned, if you don't, you're going to end up with permanent ear loss, and that's how bad it was. So it recommended, and the back of this runway, it went on for nearly a mile. That's how far away back it was. So you could still get a nice picture, but it was quite a way. But the power of that thrust was immense. And when them jets take off, my God, it felt like thunder. It literally did feel like thunder. It shattered through my body like nothing. And all my friends were at the back. They all had ear muffs on, ear defenders, you know, and all that. And I was filming it while I was whilst they there. We was all laughing. We couldn't believe the power of this Sukhoi Su-27 taking off. The immense thrust that this aircraft took off was mind-blowing. And unfortunately, as it was taking off, it was a really beautiful day. Remember, it's clear as daylight. It was, you know, and it was really sunny. Not a cloud in the sky. Blue sky, crystal blue. It was absolutely a perfect day. I was really enjoying the day. Halfway through, right, I had no issues of filming. And I thought, let's go round the front, because it's a bit too much sitting at the back of the runway, right? Even though it had a great shot and you see all the afterburners going off, I was filming all the afterburner being forced out, so it's giving it full thrust to take the aircraft off. So I thought, I want to get at the front. So I thought, yeah, it'd be a great shot. So I can have a shot at the front, shot at the back at the end of it. So as he was taking off from the front, because they broke the show up halfway, there was a Russian jet, and it was a MiG. It was a MiG-29, right? And this MiG-29 was, I don't know the full brand of this Russian jet. It was definitely a MiG, because it looked like the Sukhoi. It had a very strange, unusual, the wings looked like they was pointed in, but it had a lovely shape to it, and it had the Russian colours. And it really eye-popped. It was black, red, and it had like a gold stripe or something down there with an eagle, and it looked really nice. Everyone said that was a lovely aircraft because the way they designed it. So I got at the front, and as I was filming, the sun was behind the actual jet itself. So, and this is what done it. This is how I've done my eyesighting, in one eye. And basically, as the jet was taking off, it was fine taking off because I was at the front. It's only till he banked, he went round, and now he's facing the sun to turn round. And for a split second, I followed the plane in its direction, and it went past the sun. Well, you know what I'm going to say next, didn't you? Because the magnifying lens in the one eye, as I was watching it, even though for a split second, was enough to burn my retina. And that's exactly what it done. It's partially blinded in me in one eye. So everything else is clear in one eye is blurry at the end of the day, and that's exactly what caused it from that day. And I don't regret it. It was worth it to actually see the jet, because it was an amazing jet at the end of the day. But that's how I've done my eyesight in one eye. But yeah, there's a lesson to be learnt there. Them old magnifying sort of cine cameras, the project, like the old type of projector where you had to put the cassette in and film. We didn't have phones in the early 90s, not like had technology like they've got now, you know. So yeah, and I've still got that footage, and that's still, you know, that reminds me of the day. I thought that's the day I lost my eyesight from there. But yeah, that's why I have to keep taking the glasses off and keep putting them on at the end of the day. It's purely for that reason. But yeah, interesting fact. But it's simple. It's a simple thing that you don't stop and think when you're doing, you know, when you're filming. Because you're enjoying the day and you think, I'm filming this plane, doing all these wonderful manoeuvres and banks and everything. And the amount of G's he must have pulled sitting in that must have been colossal at the end of it. But yeah, he did. He put on that Russian put on a really good display. And I said, like, you know, it was a great day in them days in there. I mean, now there's too much safety going on. I mean, put it this way, the jets in the mid-90s used to fly over the people's heads. Well, you're not allowed to do that at air shows now because there's been too many air disasters. So now there's restrictions of the flight paths that they can take. And Lakenheath has a very strict policy now that they can't take that chance. So now they've got a safety zone and they have to stay in the safety zone on that. And we asked one of the people in there, and they said no, it's purely for that reason. They have to stay on that path. They cannot move from that path. On that, right? I think that one's in. So let me put this one on there. This should be the last one. I don't think this is going to do it, guys. So it tells me something else has gone on that board. I just know it. Something. I think that surge is wiped something else on that board completely. But I could be wrong. But we'll soon find out. But yeah, I you know, like you said, that's, you know, these things you learn over time. But these are the things you used to do. It's like back in the 80s. You know, you used to get away with scraped knees, coming off your bike at the end of the day, and you think, Jesus, you know, we didn't sit there and whinge and moan about it. We had a fall off our bike. We had a big hole in our knee. My mum used to say, well, it's your own bloody fault. You know, you shouldn't be going so mad. And she's right. You know, you do. Your parents had no pity for you back in the early 80s. If you come off your skateboard or you come off your bike and you hurt yourself and you really grazed it and it was real blood coming out, they used to say, well, it's your own bloody fault. Don't look at me. You're not going to get no sympathy off me at the end of the day. And you know, that was it. It was tough. It was fair. It's a fair system. Come on. Come on. Is it on? That looks like it's on. She's on. She's on. Good. Right, I can switch this off now. It's actually this fan take, I'm really impressed with that at the end of the day. Really great little device at the end of it. Now, I'm not going to plug that back in, but what I am going to do is put that battery one back in, because that come off the battery. And I'm thinking that could be the reasons why this is not booting up. Fuck's sake. Yeah, I'm gonna say no. Oh, let's come back out again. That's not. Do you know what, guys? I think I'm gonna count. I know it sounds daft, but I just can't see this is gonna be. I just can't see this is going to make any difference. I just can't. But that is the long. That should still be enough, because it's only the left, these wires. But I've put the others back in. So I'm going to put the battery one back in. And I'm just going to quickly power that up, see if that does make a difference. Them two at the top are only for the ground's in. The other one's for the left. It's only for the channels at the end of the day. So I'm just going to plug that in there. So the left channel is not connected, which I'm not really bothered, to be totally honest, which I'm not. But after I just singed that went down well, didn't it? So let me push that in, and let me push that in. Yes, it's now pulling. See, it's pulling power, and it's working. See, so I was right. It is. Let me quickly show you guys. So it has to have that power plugged into it, and I was right in what I said. It's pulling power. Let me put the camera up, and then 9 volts. I can't pull this camera any further. So it's pulling power. So she is actually working. So 9 volts is. So this, even though that is not, so there's got to be something powered into this then. On this front. So this is definitely, this is working. So we have got something working back on it. So looking at that, so there's got to be, now what I've done, even though that power supply is dead, it's pulling something from there to complete the circuit onto that board at the end of it. So what I need to do, the best way is then, is put them wires back properly, right, and take that transformer out, because the transformer is obviously dead. I think that's how I've done it last time. The other one I had to put it all back and then cover this up, because there's something in this to complete the circuit that it still pulls power from here. So which it seems a bit weird, because it shouldn't, in theory it shouldn't do that at the end of the day. But you know, it is working. The main thing is it's not completely dead. So, but there is something on there. We've been waiting for these leads for way over an hour now. These, yeah, I know you have. Sorry, guys. You know what it is? It's sidetracked. When you start going off from one subject to another, at the end of the day, because I get into my retro stuff so much, it's unbelievable. At the end of the day, the main thing is, even though I've got to the original point that the transformer is dead, it is working. The main thing is this can be revived. So at the end of the day, so what I might have to do is I might have to make a second part, but I need a switch, and I will do this off camera. I will do that properly, make sure that it's all soldered in. What I might do is put them onto a pin system, because them wires are so fragile and they're not the greatest on there, and because that transformer is going to have to come out. I can't get the switch in because it's taking all the room up. I'm pretty sure that's how I've done the other one on there. So I've put on the other one had the exact same issue. It's just that the board was laid out different. But she is working. We have got power, but I still need to take that switch out on that point and put this back in. But that transformer is going to have to come out. I can't use it. And put these wires back in a lot better than that. I mean, all 3 of them are in. I just can't get the top one in, because the wires for some reason they just keep end up coming out, and they're breaking their strands because the wire's fragile. But it looks like it has to be connected up. So there's got to be something in circuit that's causing that not to power up, which is strange, because you wouldn't think that at the end of the day. But you know, the main thing is I have got to the point where I have got that. So she's sort of now working, where comparing it wasn't working. So, but my theories were right. I'll have to take it from the battery side, and I can't take it from the AC socket. I can't, because obviously there's no power to the AC socket, and you can't wire that direct, because 240 volts is going to go straight in. So you'll instantly go bang, and you'll take that fuse out. So you need a transformer at the end of the day. I suppose unless you can use what they call a step down converter. Yeah, that's a point. Actually, I didn't give that a thought. You know, you can buy these step down converters from 230 all the way down to 12 volts. I'll have to look into it. I didn't give that a thought. It's called a buck converter.
buck converters normally, off the top of my head, normally can take voltage. You can rather kick it up or kick it down, because that's what really. I'm not being funny. It's only what that's doing is virtually taking all that way down to 12 volts. You know, because nothing else on this. 240 goes in from the actual thing itself, and the buck converter, because a buck converter will have to take. But I don't know about buck converters, so I'll have to look into it a bit more. But I'm pretty sure. Good news, I'm back. It's fixed. Yay! Right, worms. Yeah, it is. I found out the reasons. I've got to leave the wires connected, even though the transformer's dead. It needs the rest of the circuit to complete to the second part of the board, but it works on the batteries. If I disconnect it, it won't work it. So there's got to be something in here that's not making that circuit to actually to work. But yeah, talking about buck converters, I'll have to look into a buck converter. But I'm pretty sure buck converters have a certain. You can't put 240 into a buck converter. I don't think you can, because they only go up to 24. I'm pretty sure off the top of my head, a buck converter can only go up to 24 or 36 volts. Yeah, no, buck. B-U-C-K, not butt. No, it's because I ain't got my teeth in. So, no, it's buck. B-U-C-K. Yeah, no, not a buck converter, no, but buck converter. I'm pretty sure buck converters they're only sure that they can only take in 24 to 36 volts. I don't think they do one big enough to take 240 volts in, or 250 volts in. But that, in theory, would work it, because it will take that voltage, drop it down, and then run the rest of this system, because this transformer will only give 12 volts out anyway. I'm pretty sure. See, I haven't got the schematics. I can't look this up, which is frustrating, because if I could get the schematics up and I knew what that, if I knew what that was outputting, that would be about right. Because thinking about that, looking at that circuitry with a 1 amp fuse, right, 240 going in with a 1 amp fuse, would give out, looking at them diodes and them capacitors, them ceramic capacitors, they wouldn't be high voltage anyway. The most that it probably would give out would probably be anywhere between 12, might be 13 volts going out. And that's what most of these components do. But the big work would be the transformer. The transformer would govern 90% of that down. It would take that huge power, govern it down to a reasonable voltage out, for then to feed the rest of the circuit, because there's nothing on that board that would be high powered. Looking for what I can see on there, capacitors, some of these are only 16 volts. Well, yeah, because they need the capacitance to feed the rest of some of the chips, but the chips will only roughly read roughly around about 5. If I put that on an oscilloscope, I bet they'd pull roughly around about 3 to 5 volts. Most chips always do. They're low powered. They wouldn't be high powered anyway. So it would make sense. But a buck converter would do, in theory, would do what that transformer would do. It would take the voltage, would rather kick it up or kick it down. That's all it does. And that's what most of these buck converters do. It's a form of transformer. But would it take, this is what I'm more concerned, I don't think them buck converters will take 250 volts in to govern it all the way down. Because that's what a transformer does. It don't do no different at the end of the day. And they're much smaller. They wouldn't be a big thing like this at the end of the day. Because everything in most electrics would have a transformer in anyway. Except for games consoles, they use a different system. They have mainly all sort of like all of these different types of resistance to try and take the hit there. But again, it's these old systems. These don't run like the new modern systems. They don't run them chips and everything else. They just use transformers, which back in the days that would make sense. These things would. But I don't know really. I'm a bit. Oh, I'm pointing the camera in the wrong direction. But yeah, I'd actually say that looking at these systems on here, I would say I would have to look into it, but I'm pretty sure off the top of my head, I don't think I could get a buck converter that would take 250 volts in to kick it down to all the way to for literally 12 volts. If I can get 12 volts it out, I could run this system without modding it at the end of the day, and that would run lovely because that's all it's giving off. It's the 12 volts at the end of the day. If I could inject 12 volts directly onto this system, onto that, but there ain't no other way because the transformer's doing the job. It's going to be one of them. The only other way is what I've done with that one is literally took the transformer out and just put a modern thing in and bypassed it through the battery system. It's not ideal, but it would work. I've just proven it. That was dead. It's not running on anything, and I've not put no batteries in. So basically, all I've done, I've bypassed it through the battery operating system, and it's working. It's running on that front. So, but I didn't put that was at 9 volts at one amp. So 12 volts would be the limit for this to run. I wouldn't want to push that anymore at the end of the day. The power supply I got for that other one, I don't even know what power supply. I think that was 12 volts. I was running that at 12 volts. I don't even know where it is. I've got so many bloody things on there. Because I've done exactly the same on there than what I did on this one. Oh yeah, it's a plug. I've got it here. So what have I running it at? 9 volts. I wasn't running it at 12. I'm running it at 9. So it's running at 9 volts. So this is literally. This was one of those power ones that on there, and it's got 9 or 12, and I've got it on 9, which is about right. So that would give off roughly around about 10 to 11 volts, just under 12 volts. And then TikTok's modern system, I've got HP phone book 4GS, like the BIOS corrupt, but it seems to be dead, a dead display. Corruption. That could be a number of things. That's not great. Talking about modern systems on that. Yeah, that Pro book, the 440, off the top of my head, like the BIOS corruption. If it's a BIOS issue, the chip's gonna. I can give you a piece of advice on that. If it's got a corrupted BIOS. On that front, and it's obviously displaying too many errors, or it's not displaying anything at all, that could have a corrupted BIOS. I know it sounds a silly question. Can you get into the BIOS settings on that front? I mean, when I say, like most computers, if you span the F1, F4, F11 or the delete key, can you actually get into the BIOS settings? If you can get into the BIOS settings, then it won't be the BIOS chip. Because a dead display wouldn't that would eliminate that could be a possible, that could be a greater short. I don't think it would be a BIOS chip that would cause that, a corrupted BIOS, unless someone tried to flash it. For what I've learned over the years with PCs, if you try to do a flash like a BIOS update, which most people do, then you would get a dead display. I mean, you might get your backlight on that front, but you won't get a display. The only way you'll get a dead display if someone tried to update the BIOS for a USB to try and flash to update the system. Then if that goes wrong or it hangs halfway through and you turn it off, then the chances are you've bricked the system. The only way to unbrick the system, you'll have to take the BIOS chip off the board, put it in an EEPROM onto your PC and reflash it. Not the easiest thing to do. It's not the end of the world. It can be done, but you will need the software to reflash it back to the EEPROM to put it back onto the BIOS chip. So there's no other way, and there's not going to be no other way of getting round. Well, I've replaced the CMOS battery. Yeah, and it seems to, what's that? A spare hose out, but it looks like it's not displaying. Then tried a separate display, and then bingo, it just weird. Oh, that's weird. Then it ain't a BIOS corruption. That's weird. That could be
that could be a display issue from like it could be like, without being daft, what I would have done was took the drive out and do a hard drive test. There is software that you can run and just see if you've got any corruptions in your actual drive itself. Because without it not going through, PCs work in processes, what they call post. That's what it stands for. It's your posting something operating something system, and it has to go through the BIOS first for it to enable. And this is what I remember when I learnt back on the computer days. And if it can't go through that post system, you won't get a display, or it ends up being corrupted. Power on self test. That's it. That's the post. That's the one. Yeah, the power of post. So basically, what I would have done, I personally would have took the drive out, tested the drive's health, and checked it for errors. That's the first thing I would have done if you're having issues of that. If it does find anything, there is free software. I think one's called Catist. I can put a link in the description in there on the Discord. But on the top of my head, it takes hours. It'll do a thing called a wash test. It will go through all the sectors on the drive, and you might have to leave it on for the complete night, and then just leave it running. And what depending on the big the drive is, and the bigger the drive, the longer it takes. And what it does, it checks all the drive sectors, and it checks the conditioning and the power cycle, the on cycle, and also the drive's health in the overall condition. And it will go through a series of tests, and it uses that post test, and basically it just sees if there's any errors, if there's any problems with that drive. And if there is a problem with the drive, this could be causing you a display issue. It's a possibility. I'm not going to rule it out and saying it's not, but that is weird that you replaced the CMOS battery and then swapped it over and now it's sort of working. That's weird. It shouldn't be like it. Shouldn't do like it. It rather works or it don't work. That indicates to me that's more pointing towards a drive. That could be a potential drive failure. There could be something that's not right for it not to post properly, and this is why you didn't get a display. Because it does, like I said, the first thing I would have done, like all my PCs when I used to test them, is test it first, see if I can get into the BIOS. If I can get into the BIOS, then I know the post system from the BIOS is seeing, the BIOS chip is seeing the BIOS settings, it's fine. Anything above from that, you then got something to go on. Then you can start integrating and thinking, right, okay, I'm going to check the hard drive, check the RAM, check the, and then check the CMOS battery. Because people don't realise CMOS batteries don't charge. They're only a one-way, they're one-directional drive. So they're basically, once they get down to about 2.7, it's not enough to post. It won't keep the settings at the end of the day. This is the trouble. And you'll have to replace it, which I've got plenty of these CMOS batteries in there, which are these ones here. You have to, I've got a pack of them. I have to, because I deal with PCs all day long. So basically, you put these ones in there, and I think these are 3 volt CR2. What's them ones in it? And but yeah, they're basically, it's these type of batteries, and 3 volts. They don't take a lot, but if you get it down to about 2.7, the post, it won't post properly, or it don't keep the settings. It just defaults. It just says there's CMOS battery dead. The BIOS can't see it, and it just comes up, press F1 or something to continue. Something like that along the lines. Most of these drives, they do anyway. But I replace mine every, roughly around about 7 years. So I don't take the chance, I just replace it. Because it's going to come to a failure at some point in its life anyway. But yeah, what I'm going to do, guys, I think that now I've realised that this drive, this transformer is dead. This is alive. This is working. It won't work out. If I took that power supply out, it won't work. So it's not completing the circuit. So there's got to be something in here that's got to complete the circuit at the end of the day. Because in theory, there ain't nothing else that actually bridge it. So there could be something on here that actually could be for the battery that feeds this, and I could still do away with this. Because that's in theory, that's what I wanted to do, and I think that's what that B's for. If I remember correctly, there's a B plus on there, and there's a B plus on that. I'm pretty sure that wire has got to be joint for it to complete a circuit, because the rest of these are grounds and just the wires. So I won't need to put this back. I just I can't see it, because it's purely for that reason. I mean, once this is out, that's it. It's dormant. I can't use it anyway. So this is the reasons why I'm thinking that these wires are important with these ribbon cables. This is why it couldn't complete the circuit, because I have to take that battery and wire it directly to that, which, you know, at the end of the day, I think I'm going to do, and then bypass it through that way and give that a go, because, like you said, I can't use this anyway. After it's been redundant. So once that's out, then I've got all that spare room, and then I can then what I've got to do then is take wires from the existing one, and then basically and then attach it that way, and then find a ground point from the ribbon. Take the ground from the ribbon, put it onto the actual the coil itself at the back of the coil, and then that gives me my battery connectivity, because that's all that's doing. So I think that might be the best bet, is to run it from that. But I think now I know where that's going. I bet I'm right. That B plus has got to go to that B plus, and it's not completing the circuit. The grounds have got to be grounded, which it isn't. So I need to ground the two grounds together, because it can't complete. So because there's two grounds on there, I've got a ground at the one at the bottom, and there's a ground at the top. So they've got to be grounded together, so there's one. And then put the B with the B plus, and then the others are just left and right, which that's what it is. I've got 3 wires on there, because I've got one black, one yellow, one on that. One yellow, one white, which is your left and right, and your black is your ground, and I bet I'm right, and that will, then I can bypass this complete system. But yeah, I'm thinking that, because this stream's going on for a bit now, I don't want to bore you guys to death, but I'm grateful for you watching anyway. But yeah, I do get carried away when you say that about with the Commodores and the PlayStations and all that. But yeah, I really do want to start streaming some of my console stuff, and what I might do is actually create a separate channel for my chill and relax, and just do a retro channel, and just show off some of the old, because I can show you some of the retro games, because the BBC Micro, I've got every single game going, and that's hilarious, because some of the games on that BBC Micro, you never see games like that ever run, not on an old system like that, and to run it on the original hardware is fantastic. I love it. I absolutely do love it on that front. So I can get that captured live, and also and show you the consoles for it running on. So you're running it on the original hardware, and I might do that, set up a separate channel. Well, it's bad enough with this bloody OBS. It's took me the last 4 days to try and get it set up with OBS, because it's a bit buggy. It's not perfect. It does work, but it's a bit hit and miss. You make a mistake on it, it won't work again for some reason, and I don't know why. It shouldn't be working like that. There's no updates for it. Plus, I've just updated the camera. I've put a 4K camera in there, so it's a lot clearer, and the audio's a lot better. It's a lot clearer, I've noticed, because it's got twin microphone on, and he's not having much luck with his one at the moment on that. But I still need to make some upgrades with some of my stuff on that. But these things take time. The only thing I'm having issues at the moment is lighting, to try and get all this lighting sorted out at the end of the day. But I might order another one in 4K cameras and replace it with that little crappy, the one on my Logitech, because I'm using a little Logitech sort of 720p webcam. This is a 4K webcam, 90-degree view with twin microphone. So I might get another one and replace that, and then that'll give it a much wider view, and it just looks nicer and all, because I can get a much more higher res at the end of the day, and because lighting's a thing with all of this type of stuff. But yeah, what I'm going to do, guys, I'm thinking I'm going to leave it there, and because this has been dragging on for far too long, and like I said, but there's one good aspect. I have got it to work. I was right in what I said. We got to the point that this has gone bad, but I can't take that out because it looks like it needs that to complete. But looking at it now, I bet I'm right. I'm going to try that again, preferably tomorrow. I'm going to come back to this again tomorrow. I'm going to have a bash at this again after Andy's stream, and I'm going to aim for disconnecting there, wiring these up all together, right, and see if that works. Because, like you said, I'm just curious to actually, try, because I can't use it anyway. It's not working. I can't put power into it because there's no power. And also, what I'm going to do offline, I'm going to look at some of them buck converters at the end of the day. Let me read the text he said. Thank you. I've worked in IT for over 18 years and currently infrastructure engineer. I can barely get a chance to get my hands on dirty with these types of problems. Yes, I can imagine. I mean, I've done a little bit of IT. It's quite involving at the end of the day. So yeah, I can vouch for that, but I don't know what it's like. But yeah, when you grew up with these things, especially I'm still debating of knowing the next build of PC I want to build. Because the one behind me is alright, it works lovely, and I built that from the ground up, and it's a lovely machine. It's just a shame that it's now affecting my games because of the i9 processor on that. Bugger off, it ain't turning off in 4 minutes. So yeah, on that front is I'm debating. There's some new chips coming out in January that's been announced. AMD are bringing. I was going to look at the Ryzen 9 99, no, the 9800, 9950 X3D. The chip retails at £649, but it only uses one side of it. That's all right if you're doing streaming, editing, and things like that. But the Ryzen 7 9750 X3D is virtually the same as the other Ryzen chipset without the price, but they're still retailing at £470, which is still quite expensive. It's apparently it's the new architecture that it uses. It uses these multi-core because it's only 9 cores, 16 threads, or 8 cores, 16 threads. I know it's something like that. I ain't got the specs. I'm trying to think of the top of my head. But apparently in January, the new one that they're announcing is going to be causing dual core. So it's going to be double. It's going to be a bit of a monster. So I think I'm going to wait, because the Intel chipsets at the moment, which I wouldn't recommend anyone buying, the 14th Intel chipset, and it's not cheap, 650 quid for the 14th generation, which is quite, it's a bit of a beast, but I'm not kidding, it ain't. But it's played, you've got to flash the BIOS the day you get it, otherwise it overvolts, and it will take out your motherboard and your graphics card. So you have to flash the BIOS chip directly to the CPU before you even think about putting your card in, because otherwise it'll overvolt. It's drawing too much power from the power supply, and looking at these power supplies, if you're going to have a bit of a beast like that, you've got to have a minimum of a 1200 watt power supply. What it recommends, minimum of 1000 watt. I've got an 850 in mine. It pulls about just over 700 watts of power at the end of the day. So an 850, they always give you roughly around about 10% to 20% over of its current value, a bit like capacitors. So power supplies are virtually the same thing, but I would say get yourself a good power supply. But yeah, if you're going to have a bit of a build like that with all the RGB and everything, you've got going for about a 1200 watt power supply. Then power supplies are close to nearly £300. These builds ain't going to be exactly cheap. You're probably going to be looking in the retail of roughly around about just over 2k. That's without your graphics card. Lucky enough, I've got a 4080 in there. A 4090. I've got a 4080 R7 58X 64 gig 32 DDR4. It's all right. Yeah, actually, it's good. That's not a bad spec at all. Anywhere above from 32 gigabyte of RAM on that. I've only got 32 on there, and it's clock speed at 28 at the end of the day. But I've got a 4080. I ain't got a 4090 because them cards straight away you're looking close to roughly around about 17 to £1,800 for a graphics card. It's ridiculous. And the 50 series, you're close to over £2,000. I'm not paying that for a graphics card. I mean, I'm only about paying £1,100 for mine, for my 4080, the Ti, and that's slightly overclocked. I've overclocked that. But then I've got that's running on a radiator, so it's slightly water cooled. So I put a radiator on that, and that's running lovely. It's cool as anything. But I've got temperatures slightly. Mine's running at the 4090 anyway of what it would have run at the end of it, because I've upped the voltage and turned up the CUDA cores. But you've got to know what you're doing with that, because otherwise you can actually brick the system. So, but if you don't go too mad, you're fine. But the main thing is, with these, like a lot of these things, these builds ain't exactly cheap. The motherboard, straight away, before you start looking, your board, your processor, and the power supply, you're going to be close to well over, you'll probably be close to about £1,600-1,700 before you've even bought anything else. So yeah, straight away, you're going to need, you're going to be close to not far from that. And then you still need your RAM, and then, your M.2s, whatever you want to put inside it. And I'd recommend, if you're going to have a build like that, don't put in an optical drive. You're better off just putting M.2s in, because they're going to be the most quickest that's going to be running. But the DDR5, I've just looked, 64 gigs on 2 sticks of 2 sticks of 16s, which is 32, was close to £300 for DDR5. Wasn't exactly cheap, but that's what the price of these specs. I looked at the price of Intel as well as AMD. They're back near enough the same as each other. They're not exactly cheap on these fronts, but yeah, I'm thinking what I'm going to do. I'm going to hold, because I know AMD are releasing a new side of their chip. It's being announced in January, so I think I'm going to just hold off for a bit and go from there on that front. But yeah, you guys want to ask anything about computers or anything like that, please do. I can give you good advice. I know that because I grew up with mainly all these PCs around back in the early days. So yeah, PCs are more my speciality, more than this electrical stuff. At the end of the day, retro stuff and all. I love retro gear. Yeah, but I am definitely going to look into. Now I've got this Elgato capture device. I've just got to make sure that I've got to try and find the see if I can try and convert HDMI into some of the old phono connections. So I've got to look into buying an adapter that I can plug in, because these Elgato capture cards have only got one HDMI in and then HDMI out, and then your USB Type-C for your power. So I've got to try and convert that into something phono going in to, then going out into a HDMI port. So that's going to be fun, and I've got to look into something like that, because I don't think there is gadgets on the market that will do that. I just don't know what. So they've got to make sure that they're good quality, not the cheap Chinese rubbish that they pump out, at the end of the day, because otherwise it's all about capturing. This is what I'm saying. They'd be all right for consoles, modern consoles, so Xboxes, PlayStations, which most of them I've got over there, will be fine for. But I've got all my stuff is retro. It's just all retro, and I want to show off some of the retro stuff, because I know people love it, and they do. I can't believe Worms has still got his one. He's still up in the loft. He's probably going to run into issues if he tried to power that up, because they suffer from the power supply failure badly with the C64. Worms, yes, that's one thing, Worms, I'm going to say. If you've got your power supply, you want to grab yourself, before you even think about plugging that in, check the voltage on a voltage meter. Best advice I can give you, and I learnt this from Retro 6, and he said the exact same thing with Retro 6. If you've got a C64 or any of these old computers, don't just plug them in, because the chances are these old power supplies overvolt. And if you put too much voltage in, there's no voltage protection on these old motherboards. So that means that's what's happened here. This is exactly what's happened. They put the wrong voltage into the wrong port and took the thing out. Now the trouble with them old computers, for what I've learned, is that if you put too much voltage into them old computers, it can't go anywhere. So that extra voltage will go straight on the board and fry it instantly. Will take out a dozen of your chips, take out components, and it's going to be very costly to try and put that right. And it probably, in retail, it probably won't be worth it, because it was going to cost too much to get fixed in the end of the day. So what I normally do is just grab myself a multimeter, check the pins. Always, the ground sleeve is always going to be your ground anyway, so just ground that out and check the individual pins. You won't get an electric shock, because most of them are all going to be roughly around about 8 volt, 5 volt and 12 volt. So there's not going to be no voltage. Remember, these work, power supplies, well, like all power supplies, will have a transformer in them, and they will always govern the 240 straight down to roughly around about that type of voltage at the end of the day. And but just make sure you don't ground the pins together. So you want to grab yourself one of these type of crocodile clips. So take a crocodile clip. This is why I always use crocodile clips, because these are great. So take a crocodile clip and just clip it onto the pin, and then test it at the other end. That way it won't touch the other pins and ground them out. And I'm thinking that way you won't get an electric shock, because it don't work like that. But you won't shorten, a live pin to the ground and then take your power supply out. But if you don't check that voltage on some of these, I've had two on Ataris where they was outputting 18 volts. I'm glad I checked first before I plugged it in, because it would have fried the board instantly. Because the board couldn't take 18 volts. So that indicated to me that the power supply was overvolting, it had gone bad. So I'm glad I didn't plug it in anyway. So that is the reasons why voltage is important to a lot of these power supplies. You've got to get the correct value on there, because a lot of them don't take the correct value, and if you overvolt them, it's game over at the end of the day. So please, this is why electrics, when getting into electrical engineering, there's a lot to learn, hell of a lot to learn at the end of the day. It's alright doing repairs, but I like to look at the other side of how it works and what makes it work. This is what got me into it, and this is the reasons why I take an interest. It's a bit like this. This is a prime example. I wanted to know the reasons why they engineered the way they've done this, but looking at it, it makes sense why they've done it. But it's back to front. It don't make any sense that they've put a transformer before a fuse. It should be the other way round. The fuse should be before the transformer, not the other way round. So they've done that to select the power, then it goes to the fuse. That is why, if you look at the circuitry, it comes out, it then goes to the fuse. The fuse then gives it the feed to the other components, because now it's feeding. So if there was a problem, it would have blown the fuse. But instead, plugging 240 volts into a 110, it blew the transformer instantly. So it didn't give it enough time to take the fuse out. So, because transformers ain't got nothing inside them. All they've got is a magnetic coil, which is on the outside, and copper in the inside. So they're very fragile. The wires are thinner than a human hair. I've seen these being made. And this is exactly my point. They've put the incorrect voltage, and it's burnt the inside of the coil. So now it didn't give time to take the fuse out. So now the actual transformer is dead. It's not giving its correct. It can't give nothing out because nothing's going into it. It's dead. It's burnt out. It's burnt all the coil. Yeah, the 5 volt regulator gives up and you can fry it. Yes, you can. Yeah, but I was just saying, please check your power supplies. The chances are that if you haven't switched it on for many years, that you could probably, consoles don't, these old computers don't like that unless you recapped it. Remember, capacitance over time breaks down. That's the reasons why they say 5 to 7 years. You might get away with 10 years, but that's why they recommend you change the capacitance, because the electrolytic inside, the paper that's wrapped inside it looks like greaseproof paper, is an oil. There's a substance, there's an oil inside that charges up, and that breaks down over time. So that's why these capacitors dry up. They may not leak, but they lose. That's why they're high capacitance. If they're high capacitance, then that's acting like a resistor. Basically, it can't get, it's getting too much voltage, and that's not a good thing. It's got to get its correct value. That's why most things on a motherboard, on these type of boards, especially on boards like this, that's why if you look 63 volts, 1000 microfarads, if it reads above, I know you've got a 10% to a 20% tolerance level, but it's still a good capacitor, not the cheap Chinese ones. There's plenty of these cheap Chinese ones, and they're rubbish. They might only last a couple of years, and then they're dried out again, and you know, or they leak, or they just dry up. They won't tell you that, and you won't know that without one of these. You need one of these to check its value, because you've got to have a look at its value of the capacitor. So basically you need what they an ESR meter reading. So Andy hasn't got one of these, unless he has. I haven't seen it, but you need to check the correct value of the capacitance. If you're reading it in circuit, you're reading other capacitors as well, so you need to take one leg out to read the proper the value of the capacitor. If it's reading too high, if the ESR reading's reading too high, it's going to act like it's going to act like a resistor. It will go the other way. So yeah, you need to test it. He's got a TC1, right? Okay, so I didn't know that. I haven't seen it. I didn't see that on there. But yeah, you know, but there's so many capacitors on here, you don't really want to do it at the end of the day. But I won't personally go down that route. So I probably would say, you know, just change them. It's a peace of mind. You know, 9 out of 10. They don't always. If they look all right, just look at them. Give them a visual inspection. As long as they don't look leaky. The worst ones by far, I would say, are the Xboxes, the original Xboxes. The clock capacitor. It's got 100% failure rate. I said this in the last one. They always leak, and if that leaks, that's very highly corrosive on the board. It will eat all tracework down right down to the copper and eat through the board. That's how corrosive these capacitors are. So, you know, capacitors are there to do its job, but you don't want them leaking at the same time at the end of the day. And most of them on them boards, you know, especially on old system things like this, these were supposed to have been changed. This is probably original. And looking at this board, I'd say they'd never been changed. I'm amazed it still works. I've got an old radio, 1940s radio I've got, during the war once. It still bloody works. I'm absolutely shocked. I'm surprised the capacitors ain't leaked, blew up, or literally discharged itself. You know, they've got to be close to nearly 100 years. You know, it's at least 90, and it's still working. I was absolutely dumbstruck. I've got it in the kitchen. Again, it's all part of the retro stuff that I've got into it. But I'm amazed it still bloody works. It's a bit crackly, but it still works. But it's old capacitors. I'm actually shocked that the old capacitors are still going at the end of the day. But the old motto is, if it ain't broken, don't try and fix it. Leave it working. It's only till it don't work, you know, then you'll have to have a look at it at some point in its life. But yeah, I definitely would say I'm going to come back to this again tomorrow, and I'm going to try that, because it's funny how I put them 3 wires back in, it's now working. I took them wires out, it's not. So there's wires on there that have got to be bridged in a certain order for that to complete part of the circuitry. In my option, gold caps are the best, chill. Are they? Oh right, okay. Yeah, there is some good caps. I've not looked into, I've got a cheap fucking set that I bought from AliExpress. It got me out of trouble, but they're not great. I check after values, and after values are way off at the end of the day. You start going anywhere to above 30 to 40%, it's capacitance. So I've got an ESR meter reading chart up here, and it gives me, it's just a rough chart at the end of the day, and it tells me the values of some of these. Some of these are 240, 250 volt caps. If the ESR meter readings, I've got one there for instance, at 250 volt cap at 4.7 microfarad, which is 4,700 microfarad, 4.7, right? It shouldn't give off an ESR reading of no more than 13 ohms. If that, I've seen meter readings on that go into the mid 20s to 30s. If that's not a good capacitance. It's high value. That means it's going to give off over its capacitance on there. That's why they call it high value. I would leave that alone. I wouldn't put that in. I would try and aim, if you're going to look for anything, using these, and they have got a chart on them, and it does tell you, anything above, I would say anything above roughly around about 5 is high. But try and get the zeros. You really want to aim it down to a 0 with your ESR reading meetings. So when you're checking the capacitance of any capacitor going, try and get it as low as possible. That is a very good cap. It's good to knock out everything else out. Yeah, you're right. Exactly. For what I've learned with reading capacitors is that try and get your ESR reading as low as possible. You want it virtually 0. You're not going to get it because there's always going to be a resistance of the capacitor itself that's going to give off. So your ESR reading won't be a 0. It might be 0.2 or 0.3, which a lot of them are, because that is a good cap. But if you start seeing ones that's got 13, 14 with the ESR reading, think twice of putting it in. That's quite high. You don't really want to start putting your ESR readings on. So when people read caps, they think, oh, it's reading 4.7. Yeah, that's the correct value, but there's also your meter reading. That this is reasons why these ESR meter readings that you need to read the capacitance, because that will tell you its health. If it's reading near enough 0, you know you've got a good cap. So that is why it's important to check these caps on these boards. And when you're doing PlayStations and Xboxes, you can't check the ESR reading, because ceramic capacitors are completely different than normal capacitors. There's so much to learn on circuitry, on that. What do you reckon about bipolar capacitors, Chill? Bipolars, yeah, they're fine. Bipolars are like the opposite at the end of the day. There's not many boards that use bipolar. Most of all of these modern old systems will just use polar caps, not bipolar caps. They're obsolete now. Yeah, that's right. They probably would have. You'll probably find, talking about bipolar capacitors, I won't be surprised that my radio out in the kitchen, let me grab the radio and I'll show you how old it is. And our kitchen, it is really old. That probably have bipolar caps. Have a look. I don't know where it is. No, I can't find it. But I've got it in covered somewhere, I bet. No. Sorry guys, I don't know where it is. Yeah, no, I must have put it in the cupboard, guys. I can't see it. I thought I had it out in the kitchen because I've got so much stuff in the kitchen. I'm pretty sure that old World War II one would use bipolar caps. It would make sense because it uses crystals and bipolar and polar caps. It's the way they've done it back in them days. The equipment, it's like you said, they don't use them now. It's all just polar caps, so they're polarised one side. That's why if you look at a cap, it's why you have a grey side or an arrow running down one side. That's just to tell you it's polarised on that one side, and that is also your negative leg. as well. So bipolar caps I don't use anymore. It's like you said, they're obsolete at the end of it. But yeah, most you might see it in some old stuff, but this retro stuff you won't see it in any of that. They didn't put it in. This was just cheaply made in Taiwan back in the early days. But you know, on that front. But yeah, I'm going to come back to this tomorrow, and I'm going to have a crack at that again. But this time, I now know that red B plus goes. I'm going to join these wires together, certain wires together, to complete the circuit, because that wouldn't work if I disconnected it. I've got no power. You guys see it. So now I've learned that see, it's a learning thing. I'm doing a bypass here, and you've got to try and work it out. There's no schematics for this, so you're working it out as you're going along. But if you think about how the circuitry works, and this is what I love about learning about electrics, learning is seeing where these components go and how it connects and what makes it work. It's all right changing capacitors, but I like to know the insights of what makes it tick and how does that get power from that end to that end. So now this is dead and this is dormant. I disconnected them wires and it won't work, which you clearly see it didn't. So my argument is, why was that? If I've left two of them wires out, which are the Waslane wires. I've temporarily put them wires back into that board, and now all I've done was just took the negative and earthed it out and put it onto the positive side to the actual battery, and it completed the circuit. So that makes sense to think now, even though that power supply is dead, right, the transformer's dead, but it completed the circuit. Even though it only gets up to that, it's getting its earth, and it's taking the rest of the components. So it must be that it's seeing the rest of the components and completing part of the circuit to put power to the battery. And it makes sense, because I disconnected the wires and I killed the power to it all. So now it don't work. So by putting partly that back, it's now partly connected that. So what I need to do next is, which I've now learned, thinking about it and looking at that makes perfect sense. So the red battery needs to go to the red plus. The earths need to be connected together. That would leave you two wires left out of the 5, which would be the left and right audio, which then I'll have to wire the thing up directly to the radio, which I've got connectors, and I will do that. So it'll be the easiest thing. And then so what I need to do once I've done that is then take a live wire from the battery side, from the front, not from the battery component itself, from the battery side and here, because what you don't want to do is take it from the battery. If you're going to do a jerry rig like I'm going to do, you don't want to take it from the battery, because then the battery's taking it from the circuit board at the top. So you're better off trying to take it from the bottom part, from the power that's coming in, even though it comes. So it goes through the board, then gets to the correct voltage it needs. So that's the route I'm going to go down, and not do it the reverse way. And don't run it on 12 volts, 9 volts running, because I've proved it. If I put 12 volts through there, the chances are I'm going to spike and take something on that board, which probably would be a diode or a resistor, and it will kill that board completely. And then I've got to find out which component has killed it. So even for a few more volts, it's probably not worth it. Like I said, it's also the voltage, the amps. I don't want to go no more than 1,000 amps at the end of the day. Most of these power supplies are 1,000 amps anyway, which is a 1 amp system. And that's what this is. This is 1 amp. Looking at here, it starts at 1 amp, goes all the way up to it goes up to 1.5 amps. But I've got it set on 1 amp. So this is perfect. I've got it on 1 amp, so I've not overvolted it, and I've got it on 9 volts. So I need to get another one of these with 1 amp and 9 volts, and I've got boxes and boxes of power supplies. The chances are I will find another one of these and get this one. So because that one's up and running, the other radio works lovely. It does. It just works beautiful because I've done exactly that. So, but it's got a different layout, but it had the same fate the transformer got blew up. But this one's slightly got a different layout. Very similar, not quite, but it's got there in the end. But now I know I need to do that now and join certain wires together to get that circuitry. It needs to complete that circuitry to put power. Now I know this is working. I know that it needs certain ways for that wire to go in to complete the circuit, and then I can jerry rig it that, because then I won't need this brick, because this brick's got to go anyway. I can't leave it in there at the end of the day. So once I've done that, I can then take the transformer out, disconnect the transformer, like unsolder it, put the board back in, because it's jerry rigged anyway, and then that way it leaves the phone jack all in the side there, and it all looks complete at the end of the day. Otherwise I'll have holes everywhere, which I don't really want to do at the end of the day. So yeah, I'm going to do that, guys. I think that might be my best bet. I'm going to come back to this tomorrow. It's now giving me an insight of this does work. I've proved it. You know, I've put voltage in, I've put them wires back temporary, and now I know. Remember, I've got no schematics on this. I've got nothing, so I don't know, you know, which way I'm poking around. But I'm just trying to look at the circuitry and follow it where it goes. And lucky enough, I've managed to work it out where it's going. So yeah, this is working out quite well. So I know this is dead, but I can get it working. Not that I won't, but I can then take it through the battery side with 9 volts. And because I've run it on my power bench there anyway, so I can run it through that. And then that way I then can make a custom little hole. I need to find a barrel jack to plonk this in, because these are barrel jacks. So I'll need to find a barrel jack connector for that to be plugged in. So I can make a little session on that, because I've got the one I've done down here, which I've got this one I've done the same thing. So I've done exactly the same. I basically blanked off. I took I think if I remember correctly, I took that out and basically I blanked that off, and then drilled a little hole, and then put in so I could put, you know, like a little barrel jack connector in that, and then that's how I've done it. But if you look, I've done the same thing. So yeah, I literally, if I move that down more, and you can see, you can actually see that I've got everything all put back. So all I've done was I took the transformer out, and but this one's got a different layout, a little bit different layout than the other one. Mine had a plug, the other one had a plug. This has got wires. This is further down. The transformer was at the top, and this was further. This was on the opposite side. So this model must have been in an earlier revision, because I told you these were pumped out in a factory quite badly, so they just wanted to get as many out as possible, basically. Shame that's gone bad, no, but it's not the end of the world. It is running. That's the key. It is running. So I did want to save these, because, like you said, on these fronts, these are lovely machines, because you're not going to get to see them otherwise at the end of it. But yeah, we have got there in the end. The main thing is it's a small learning curve on that front, but this is what about learning about electrics. Love your retro tech. Yeah, cheers, bud. Yeah, I want to do some more on that, because you guys ain't seen. I've only showed you some of this stuff I've got, and I kid you not, I've got a bedroom full of it. It's a shame I can't show you. Is the amount of amplifiers I've got, ranging from mid-80s to early 90s, and I've got half a wardrobe full. I've not even powered them up. I don't even know what's wrong with them. I don't know if they even work. They're right early stuff. These are Technics, Kenwoods, some of them are Sony, and there's some beautiful amplifiers in there. I don't even know if they work. Like I said, I bought most of this stuff is where I work, because I work for St Francis Hospice, and all this stuff that comes in on that front, and I'll tell you around that, because I've got a certificate off them. So let me grab this certificate and I'll just show you. For fuck's sake, yeah. I can't get this bloody thing out there. There you go, she's out. Yeah, a bit dusty, but I've got a certificate
for doing with my electrics and helping out as a volunteer. And this is how I work with St Francis. So all the stuff that I work with St Francis as a volunteer, as a certificate to say thank you for all the 6 years I've been working at the end of the day. And I can't thank them enough. So basically, this is the reasons why I've managed to get and salvage as much as I can. Most of this electronic waste it goes in the bin. We can't sell it. We're not allowed to put it out. So most of all this stuff, the reasons why I've got so much gear and why I'm swamped under the amount of consoles, I'm still getting them in. I don't get them in every day. It might be a week, it might be a couple of weeks, but you might get a job lot coming. But at the end of the day, but there's so much stuff that comes in, we test it and it don't work. Well, we can't sell it, so now it goes in the bin. So save it putting it in the bin, I give them a small donation to say thank you. At the end of the day, they get money for it. It's going to a good cause, and the amount of consoles I've saved is colossal. I must have 21 Xbox 360s there sitting in that corner. They all had multiple issues. Most of them were all hard drive failure. At the end of the day, I've got a couple that's got red ring, and I just use them for parts. 21 over the 6 years I've been working, and I'm still picking one. Yeah, you laugh. I'm not kidding. I must have 6 Xbox One S's. I've got Xbox One X. It's got no power. That's sitting down there. There's a PlayStation 4. I must have about 7 PlayStation 3s. Nintendo Wii's, don't even get me started on that. I've got 2 Nintendo Wii U's sitting there. I ain't even tested yet. I've not even seen if these work. That's without the games consoles. The other games consoles I've got next door, and there's just more stacked up. It's just too many to mention. But I'm still getting, it's like I said, I'm running out of room. But most of them weren't working, and that's without my PCs. I've got a stack of PCs that next door, I don't even know if they work. They got donated. We're not allowed to sell PCs because of personal information. So they was going to go in the bin, which I said, please don't. That's sacrilege. I don't like seeing electronic waste. At the end of the day, I'm like Joey. Most of all my stuff I've done on giveaways. Most of it went onto hospitals. I give it to sick children. I don't need it. I mean, as long as I've got my retro stuff, I'm fine. I'm quite happy at the end of the day. But I've helped a lot of families out with poor, with single dads, single mums with kids that can't afford, to buy things. And I've just said, yeah, I'll take a console. I must have given away over 20 consoles so far, and for the kids, because kids love it at the end of the day. Joey's done the same, and it helps out, and it gives good content. And it feels like, well, I hardly paid anything for them, and I've got them up and running. It's done someone else a good deed, and I've saved a console, and that's what it should be all about. You're saving the consoles at the end of the day. These don't fetch hardly anything now anyway, so they're not. It's not about the money. It clearly ain't. I don't need it at the end of it. I only do this as an hobby, and I love doing what I'm doing. But the one thing I am doing is saving the consoles. So every time a broken console comes in, or a broken bit of computer equipment, or a broken amplifier, don't throw it in the bin. To me, it's just going to end up in landfill. It's a waste. It's electronic waste, and I don't like electronic waste. It's like wasting food. It's too expensive. I'm sure that it could breathe a new life in at the end of the day. Someone over the road threw these old radios. Just threw them out. Must have cleared them out the shed, plugged them in, said, don't work, throw them out. We don't want them. I see them. I get up early anyway. And as soon as I see them, I went, they're mine. I'm claiming them. No one wanted them. I'll take them home, and I'm sure that I can breathe a new life in them. And guess what? I have. Alright, I can't get round the transformer, but I've just proved by bypassing it, I've breathed a new bit of life into it, and it's not ideal because it's not the correct way of dealing with it. And but I can do it and pull it round and do it a way that it can run like so you don't need batteries. And as long as it works, that's the main thing. You've breathed new life in it. I don't know for how long. It might last a little while. Might last a decade. I couldn't tell you at the end of the day. But they do look cool at the end of the day.
I've got more PCs in PC world. Yeah. I'm not bragging because I'm not one for bragging. I don't care. You know, it's not one for me. But I'm just saying that's the reasons why I live alone and why I get so much electrical stuff at the end of the day. I have literally, my front room is a workspace. I've built my own table. I've built, this one's just over 6 foot long and it's junked up. I can't move on it. I've got so much gear on here, I couldn't get a table big enough, so I had to make one up instead. It looks alright, it does the job, but I'm going to do some moderation to it because I need to sort some of this lighting out at the end of the day and give it better lighting. So, because these strip lights are lovely and bright and it's ideal. But and sort this camera system out. Now I've got a 4K camera. It's sitting at an angle. So it's not ideal. So the idea is I want to sit in the middle of the room so then it can sort of, you know, it can sit straight and not off an offset angle at the end of the day. So there's still a few things I need to improve, but I'll get there. I can still stream. The main thing is I can stream. I've got my computer that I've got my old computer down here. I've got a nice 4K camera there, which sounds fantastic. And the good thing is, you know, now I can, you know, do the streaming. This is perfect, so I can show you guys along the way. But hopefully, we can make some improvements along the way. But yeah, I will be doing some giveaways at the end of the day because I've got too much gear, and to be honest, my place, I'm still getting all this stuff at the end of the day, and I can't keep up with what people throw away. It's absolutely madness at the end of the day. You know, I'm sure I can do some giveaways and that'll help someone out at the end of the day. You know, at the end of it, you know, I don't need all these bloody Xbox 360s. I know that for a damn sure. The good thing about Xbox 360s, you can soft mod them, so you can use the bad update, and now you can jailbreak them soft modded, and you won't brick your system at the end of the day. I can show you that live to actually do one, and I can now I've got a capture card. I can show you guys how to do it and how to put some homebrew stuff on, because that's part of my speciality. I can do that, and I can show you guys along the way how to do it. So I might actually set up another channel for retro, because of the tons of retro stuff I've got. It's colossal. I've got a Simon Says. I've got a Speak and Spell. I've got all the GameCube things up there. Don't even start on this stuff. It's full up. It literally is loaded at the end of the day, and you know, it can have some fun that way. But I do love doing this. I do love watching. I've got more into doing repairs, but I also do love the retro. It's a big part of everyone's life on that front. And I think that's a sensible thing by. You know, that's why I love showing it off, to actually show you, thinking, bloody hell, I haven't seen one of them for donkey's years. I didn't even know they still work. You know, that's it. You know, I was trying to think about the names of them items for the Amiga and the Atari ST. It's just come to me. It's called a Gotek. The Gotek systems, they are pretty expensive, but they run on emulation. It uses Raspberry Pi. It runs on a custom built chip that uses Raspberry Pi, and it runs on that code. You don't have to program it, it's all done for you at the end of the day. But yeah, that's how you can bypass if your drive's not working on that front. But yeah, you guys, what I'm going to do now, I ain't even had a bite to eat yet because I've been working all day today. So and I've jumped straight on and started doing the stream, but I'll get carried away otherwise. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give you guys a countdown. I've put on a thing down there, so I'm going to say my goodbyes, and I'm going to jump on tomorrow, and I'm going to continue where I left off from this, because now I know how this works. I know that I bet I'm right by bypassing them wires, by bridging certain wires across, that I won't need that power supply, and that's what I need to do on that front, and then hopefully, and then see if we can try and go from there, because once that's done, I won't need this. I can leave it in, but I'll take the transformer out, and then that'll give me room to put in that mod that I need to do on that front, and I need to source a power jack out so I can connect it through it as well. So yeah, guys, I'm gonna literally was aimed on that now. So on that front. So yeah, it is literally going to be. It's going to be quite good to continue with this now. So now I know where I've left off. I'm going to say thanks for joining the stream, and we continue tomorrow, and we'll see if because once that's done, that's it. It's done. It won't need to be done again at the end of the day. But it's going to take a little bit more modding to do. But once I've got the power in circuit, once that completes that circuit, then the mod can begin. Because I won't need to do that then, it's completed it. All I need to do is just run a wire, 2 wires, which will be the earth and the live, straight to the barrel jack, and then that will give it feed to that wire. So I'll need to do some modifications to these wires on that front, and that's going to be for tomorrow. But now I know I've proved it by putting it back, it does work. That's the good thing, it does work. So now I know it does work, I know now where to aim from at the end of the day. Yeah, but yeah, okay guys, I'm going to give you a 10-second countdown on that front, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow, and thank you for showing up and watching the stream, much appreciated on that front. So I'll probably be after Andy's streams, and I'll get Andy to leave a link, and then we can go from there. So I'm going to give you, before I say it, let me give you a quick day. Bye Worms, thanks for turning up, bud. Who's that? Who else is going to say goodbye? Who we got? We got Stu, Studs, who else? Alright guys, no worries, I'm going to give you a day, and we'll catch you tomorrow. Take it easy, buds, and yeah, that's going to be interesting. See you guys, see you later, bye bye. 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 See you later, bye bye.